지금 이제 시작하라는 지시를 제가 받아서 지금 정확히 지금 10시
So we'd like to start today's event. So now it's 10:14 and we're welcoming more guests from the entrance, but actually it has been delayed already. So we'd like to start the 11th International Symposium of the Asian Paleolithic Association with the opening ceremony. So I am Lee Han-young, director of the Jeongguk Prehistory Museum. Nice to meet you, everyone. So the auditorium is huge. So I was wondering if it can fill all the seats of the auditorium, but I believe that we already have a number of participants. So we'd like to start the opening ceremony. But before that, I'd like to introduce the distinguished guests who attended this event in person. So we are holding this valuable event in Suncheon, which is the eco-capital of Korea. So I received a list of the guests who are participating in person, but actually it has been added lost, so I thought that we should skip it, but I think it is a manner to introduce them one by one. So please understand it may take some time. So first of all, I'd like to introduce the great supporter of this event. So I'd like to introduce Kim Jae-bin, Director of Culture and Tourism of Suncheon City. Please give him a big round of applause. And also, we could get a lot of support from the Suncheon City Council, and we have a Vice President Na from Suncheon City Council. And also, we could get a huge support from the National Assembly, and a representative, Mr. So Byung-chul, has also participated in this event. And also, we could get great budget support from the Jeollanam-do. So Han Chun-ok also participated in today's event. And Suncheon City has devoted themselves for this event with a huge participation of the city members. So they have a keen interest and will show support for this events as well as the cultural heritage events. So I'd like to name them one by one. We have Mr. Kang Hyung-gu here. So I believe he has not come to the venue yet. And Mr. Sim Jung-boon. And Chang Kyung-soo also attended this event. Thank you very much. And So Seol-lan, we have So Seol-lan here with us. And also we have Lee Se-eun here with us. And Chang Kyung-won here with us. Thank you very much. And we have more distinguished guests who has participated into this event in person. Please understand that I cannot introduce them one by one. Sorry, we just got a short notice that Chung Hong-jun also attended this event, so I'd like to apologize for the late notice. But every participants of this event are all distinguished guests, so please understand that I cannot introduce all of you one by one. We have Representative Lee Young-lan here with us. Please welcome him or her with a round of applause. Is there anyone that we need to introduce? So, we could see an active participation of the city council members of the Suncheon City for this event. And every guest and participants are important and distinguished. So let's clap a lot all together in order to celebrate today's event and open today's event. So first of all, we'd like to have a welcoming speech by Kim Jae-bin, Director of Culture and Tourism, on behalf of Mayor No Kwon-gyu of Suncheon City, who arranged this event. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
반갑습니다, 여러분.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jae-bin Kim, Director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau of Suncheon City.
먼저
First of all,
꼭 참석하자.
although the mayor wanted to attend this event in person, but he was unable to attend due to an unavoidable occasion. Therefore, I'd like to ask for your understanding for the deliver the welcome speech on behalf of him. I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the 11th International Symposium of the APA and like to thank everyone for visiting Suncheon City. I'd like to thank Yong-ju Lee, Honorary President of the Asia Paleolithic Association, and Soo-jin Kong, President of the Korean Paleolithic Society, as well as other people who devoted themselves in hosting today's symposium. In addition, I'd like to deliver my gratitude to keynote speakers, including Professor Ki Dong-pei, Professor Gao Sing, and Professor Hiroki Sato, and Representative So Byung-chul, Suncheon City Council Vice Chairman, and Na An-soo, Representative Lee Se-eun, and Representative Chang Kyung-wan, who attend today's event to congratulate the opening the International Symposium despite their busy schedule. And I'd like to thank all the residents in Yesan who participated today's event. The Asian Paleolithic Association, APA, is an international association in which world-renowned scholars share and discuss academic achievements in order to identify deficiency in the connection of Paleolithic research in Asia since 2008. I hope that this year will also be a valuable time for domestic and foreign scholars from about 10 countries to share academic achievements, to hold heated discussion to gain a new perspective on human behavior and migration in Asia. Our city is proud of being a very important area for Paleolithic academic research as it has Walpyeong site, which are representative late Paleolithic site in Korea. I believe that our local cultural heritage will be further inherited and developed through the precious opinions of the experts who visit Suncheon. Suncheon City is currently hosting the Suncheon Bay International Garden Expo 2023. Since last April, close to 6 million tourists have visited and breaking records every day. In addition, many key figures and organizations such as President National Assembly Chair is advocating as a garden city. So Suncheon has become the most famous place in the country and stands at the center of the southern coastal belt hub city. I hope you make a visit to the garden with your family and friends to enjoy a special holiday and refresh yourself in the garden grass square. Once again, congratulations on the hosting of the International Symposium, and I wish you and your family all full of health and happiness. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director. Next, we would like to have an opening remark by Gong Soo-jin, President of the Korean Paleolithic Society and organizer of the International Symposium of the APA. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gong Soo-jin, President of the Korean Paleolithic Society. First of all, I'd like to welcome and thank all the distinguished guests from home and abroad who attended the 11th International Symposium of the APA out of your busy schedule. We had to hold non-face-to-face events during the pandemic, so I think the symposium is more meaningful to meet again in person. I'd like to express my gratitude to Jeollanam-do and Suncheon City, the National Research Institute of Cultural Heritage, various corporations specialized in excavation, and the Korean Quarry Society for the generous support for today's event. Also, I'd like to express my gratitude to the presenters and participants who prepared for today's presentation and discussion. In particular, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to Professor Baek Hee-dong from Korea, Professor Gao Sing from China, and Professor Hiroki Sato from Japan, who will give us keynote lectures. This international symposium, which will be held for 3 days from today, will be made under the theme of a new beginning of human behavior and migration in Asia. It is organized into 5 sessions, including topics of the utilization plan of the Paleolithic site in the Bosang River Basin, Jeollanam-do Province, Korea, focusing on Walpyeong site, initial Upper Paleolithic in East Asia. various aspects of human behavior in Asia Paleolithic, the earliest modern behavior with DNA research, and stratigraphy and the paleo environment in Asia Paleolithic. In each session, new historical sites and various research achievements in Asia will be introduced. It will be a precious time to identify the dynamism of the Korean Paleolithic and once again confirm the importance of the Asian region in understanding Paleolithic people and culture. Also, I'm confident that the sustainable research and exchange will continue by this symposium. I hope that all of you who are here would pay attention to today's presentations, communicate, and enjoy the event together. I hope that it will be a time for new perspectives and understanding of the Paleolithic culture of East Asia. And here I'd like to end my opening speech. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to have a report of the development of the symposium, which marks the 11th event this year, briefly. So the first APA symposium has held in Peninsula, Russia. So at that time, we decided to hold this event annually in the order of Russia, China, Korea, Japan, in order to create the international symposium to have a comprehensive view of the Paleolithic studies. So the second event was held in Beijing, China, followed by Gwangju, Korea, followed by the fourth event, which was held in Tokyo, in Japan. So as you can see, we are holding this event in turn among 4 countries. And in 2012, we hold this event in Russia again. And in 2013, we hold this event in China, in Incheon. And we also held this 7th event in Korea, in Gwangju City. So at that 7th event, we changed the new policy to make this event biannually. So after that, we had the 8th event in Tokyo, Japan in 2016. And again, we also had the 9th event in Denisova, Russia. And we wanted the COVID-19 pandemic, but the event has continued. And in 2021, we held the 10th event in Zhengzhou, China. And with the end of COVID-19 pandemic, we once again hold this event in Suncheon City, Korea, for the 11th International Symposium of the APA. So we are holding this event in Korea, so we could invite Gong Soo-jin, who is the president of the Korea Paleolithic Society, and she became the chair of the organizing committee. So I'd like to skip the introduction of the old members of the organizing committee, but we had Baek Ki-dong as our advisor. So we already introduced all the distinguished guests at the first of the opening ceremony, but I think it would be better to introduce the members of our organizing committee as well. So please welcome Baek Ki-dong, who is the advisor of our organizing committee. And for organizing committee members, we also have Professor Lee Gi-gil. So he had a role as the organizing committee member as well, along with Professor Lee Hyung-ong from Jeonbuk National University. And we have Professor Hun Jung-lee as organizing committee member. And on behalf of China, we also have Professor Gao Xing, who has a role as organizing committee member. So he gave great support for this event. We also Professor Sato Hirosuke representing Japan as an organizing committee member. So we now can have the fruit of the activities of the organizing committee members. So we did not spare our efforts to prepare this event. We decided to hold this event in Suncheon City, so we could secure the budget for the event from the university, and thanks to the budget, we could successfully hold and open today's event. So we went through a number of processes and series of efforts. So this marks the 11th, but I hope that we can continue this symposium to the 20th and 30th events. And also, like, it is really meaningful that we can hold this event in this eco capital of Korea, Suncheon City. So I believe it is a great pleasure to the all participants. So with this, I'd like to briefly conclude the progress report of the events. So we invited a lot of distinguished guests who celebrate this occasion. So I'd like to invite some of them to have congratulatory remarks. First, let me invite the Vice Chairman of Suncheon City Council, Na An-soo. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Nice to meet you, everyone, and good morning, distinguished guests. I'm Na An-soo, Vice Chairman of the Suncheon City Council. It is very meaningful for Suncheon, the ecological capital of Korea, to hold the 11th International Symposium of the APA. I sincerely congratulate with the 280,000 Suncheon citizens and all members of the Suncheon City Council. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Lee Yong-jo, Honorary President of the Asian Paleolithic Society, and Kong Soo-jin, President of the Korean Paleolithic Society, for their effort to make symposium successful. I also like to express my respect to Professor Baek Gi-dong, Professor Kao Sing, and Professor Hiroyuki Sato, who will be giving keynote lectures today, as well as everyone who participated in the presentations and discussions. And I'd like to say thank you for the Representative So Byung-chul, Representative Han Chun-ok, Representative Chun Hong-jun, who attended this event out of their busy schedule. So the symposium has been held under the theme of the new perspective on human behavior and migration in Asia. I hope that this will be a forum for abundant research and discussion. And I expect we can exchange great insights and achievements among experts. The Suncheon Walpyeong site is the only late Paleolithic site designated as a National Historic Site in Honam region, so it is a very important relic in understanding Korea's prehistoric culture and continuity with the Neolithic culture. So lastly, I'd like to thank all of you who visited Suncheon City to attend this event. And I hope you too have a happy time while staying in Suncheon, the city of nature and culture, where the Suncheon Bay International Garden Expo and World Heritage Festival are being held. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The following is a congratulatory speech by Representative So Byung-chul, member of the National Assembly of Suncheon City. Good morning, everyone. Glad to meet you. I am So Byung-chul, a member of the Democratic Party of Korea. I'd like to deliver congratulations on the hosting of the 11th International Symposium of the APA, hosted by the Asian Paleolithic Association, under the theme of the new perspective on human behavior and migration in Asia in Suncheon City, a city of garden, on behalf of 280 Suncheon citizens. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Lee Yong-jo, Honorary President of the APA, and Kong Soo-jin, President of the Korean Paleolithic Society, who prepared the event. I'd also like to express my sincere appreciation to Professor Baek Gi-dong, Professor Kao Sing, and Professor Hiroki Sato, who attend this event from abroad, who will give the keynote lectures. Today's symposium can be a great momentum for the promotion of the museum that we are carrying out at the moment. So soon, I believe that our plan will be visualized. So we have a lot of residents who are attending this event, so leaders of the community societies and a lot of city council members. So even they rent the bus to participate in today's event, I believe it is the showcase and the evidence of the ambitions of the residents to have the museum. So with the meaningful and informative symposium that we're gonna hold today, I believe it will be a great opportunity to upgrade the culture and the heritage of Suncheon City. So I would like to thank you for Lee Gi-gil. So Walpyeong site become the topic of the international symposium thanks to his great support and efforts, and I'd like to deliver my sincere gratitude again. So I hope that even after today's symposium, the ideas and the insights can continue and prevail among us to make Suncheon a mecca for the new cultural heritage and eco-city. We should gather all our efforts to make Suncheon City to become the hub and the mecca of the culture city. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who participated in today's symposium. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Walpyeong site could get a lot of affection from the representative. So next, I'd like to hear a congratulatory remark by Professor Young-jo Lee, Honorary President of the Asian Paleolithic Study and Chairman of the Korean Prehistoric Cultural Center. It is a great honor to hold the 11th Asian Paleolithic Association International APA International Symposium in Suncheon City, Korea. Mayor Hwang Yun-young of Suncheon City, who hosted this meeting, has made great achievements in internationalizing the wetland park to become the pride of Suncheon Bay. And with this ambition, I'd like to give great praise to his determination and courage on inviting the APA to our city. In addition, Dr. Soo Jin-gong, who was elected as the president of the Korean Paleolithic Society, overcome various difficult times, including the COVID-19 pandemic, and she overcame them well. And also, we have Professor Ki Dong-bae, the representative expert of the Paleolithic scholars. So with those expertise, we could hold today's event successfully. I'd like to highly praise all of these achievements. So actually, I reviewed all the abstracts and the presentations that we can hear for this international symposium. And actually, this event is the 11th International Symposium. But actually, previous events only dealt with the about 30 papers or the publications. However, this 11th International Symposium has doubled its scope for the research and publications, and these achievements could be made by the great efforts of President Gong and other related parties. So we'd like to celebrate this with a round of applause. The International Symposium of APA, which is being held in Suncheon City, has been provided for many years by Professor Hong-jong Lee, Hyung-woo Lee, and Chang-kyun Han. So with them, we could have discussed the importance and the necessity of the Asian Paleolithic Society, especially with Professor A.P. Derevianko in Russia, Professor Gaoring in China, and Professor Ono in Japan. And Professor Kaoxing, Professor Inada, they're the foundation members, so can you please stand up? And Professor Inada Takashi, can you please step up? So they are the members of the foundation members, so please give them a big round of applause. So as Mr. Lee said, so we could lead this history of a decade since 2008. So the first event was held in Denisova, Russia in August 2008. And we also selected and invite Russia. So at the first event, we could select the president for the APA. So the efforts and support was a great foundation to create this international symposium. There will be 5 sessions for this international symposium under the theme of New Perspective on Human Behaviors and Migration in Asia. And the research presentation program is not only a very theme for the current study and development of Asian Paleolithic studies, but also will become a good title to draw a big topic in the World Paleolithic Society, and we can expect great research results. So lastly, I'd like to recapture something. So I could have a short discussions with city council members as well as the members of the national assemblies. So for the Paleolithic sites, we have a national heritage in 5 locations. And Suncheon is the only city, Suncheon Wolpyeong is the only location that do not have a museum for its cultural heritage. So I'd like to say it is really shameful. Even Suyanggae Yujok has its museum and constructed its museum after 3 months of the excavation. So we have Professor Lee Giggle here who excavate the Wolpyeong site. So we could recover this site at the end of the 2021. So the 3 years has passed. So it is already delayed. So I'd like to ask Representative So Byung-chul for my firm request. So please open a museum in Wolpyeong site within this year. So for that museum establishment, we already proposed a very good plan. So one of the options can be benchmarked from Chungju. So there's no national site in Chungju site with a number of 300,000 residents, but they will open a museum this year. The background of the museum established movements is the active participation of the Professor Baek Yi-dong. So the Chungju will have their own museum under the theme of the Paleolithic. So they are really active and passionate to do the groundbreaking this year. So here we have a lot of city council members and the members of the National Assembly. So I'd like to say this shameful event again. So I'd like to glorify this shame in order to have another new international symposium after establishing museum. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. Finally, we would like to have a congratulatory speech by Professor Kim Nak-jung of Homa Archaeological Society, who has devoted himself for this event. So please welcome him with a round of applause. Good morning, everyone. I am Kim Nak-jung, president of the Honam Archaeological Society. So I'm working with Professor Young-ho at Jeonbuk National University. It is a great honor to meet you today. So I'm also an archaeologist, but my major is historical archaeology. However, the field of study is not very wide because it is centered on the ancient country of Baekje, which existed on the Korean Peninsula in the past. In contrast, Paleolithic research is being conducted on a global level beyond Asia, so I believe the eyes and the perspective of Paleolithic researcher looking at the world will be much wider. Through presentations which will be made today, I'd like to learn such wisdom. Paleolithic remains exist all over the world, but unless an archaeologist goes to the site and find that the remains exist but do not exist at the same time. The Honam area where you're now was also a barren land for Paleolithic research before Paleolithic researchers such as Professor Lee Gi-gil, Professor Lee Yeon-jong, and Professor Lee Hyun-woo began their field investigation and research actively. I'd like to show my respect to many researchers who uncovered the Paleolithic age in Honam region. I know those who are here today also have made a lot of achievements about the Paleolithic age of Asia in their respective places. I hope that such research findings could be exchanged and disseminated widely through this symposium. Also, since research is a job that people do, so I hope that this event will be a great help to each other in future research through networking, building a friendship, and preparing potential plans. Lastly, since you came to Honam, which is famous in Korea as a hometown of taste, I hope you enjoy local delicacies and have a pleasant field trip before going home. Once again, welcome to Suncheon, everyone. Thank you very much. So with this, we could hear a lot of congratulatory remarks to celebrate the 11th International Symposium. As mentioned a lot before, the 11th International Symposium of APA is being held under the theme of the new perspective on human behavior and migration in Asia, as you can see from the material book. So the period will be continued until the 21st. But actually, all the participants from abroad has arrived to Korea yesterday. And after the symposium, we also have the excursion around the Boryang River basins. So they can have an opportunity to see and witness the Suncheon city, which is the eco capital of Korea. So the International Symposium this year will be held with the registered members, 79 from Korea, 15 from Russia, 15 members from China, 16 from Japan, 4 from India, 1 from Indonesia, and 3 from France, and 1 from the Philippines, and 1 from Israel, and 1 from Poland. So a total of 126 participants and experts has participated in today's event. And other than the experts and scholars, we have more participants. So we have residents from Wesomyeon. So in total of 180 participants are celebrating this opening ceremony of the 11th International Symposium of the APA. So once again, I'd like to deliver my sincere gratitude who made their opening remarks as well as the congratulatory remarks. So we'd like to conclude the opening ceremony with those remarks, and before having the moving to the second session, I'd like to take a commemorative photo before ending the opening ceremony. So all the distinguished guests, please come up to the stage to take a photo. Please follow the guidance of the staff. So we'd like to take a commemorative photo.
네, 다 자리를 정리하신 것 같습니다. 자, 그럼
It
지금서부터
seems like it's ready. So we will going to start the plenary session of the 11th International Symposium of the Asian Paleolithic Association. And we will going to start with keynote speech from Korea, China, and Japan. We have 3 keynote speakers. In this keynote speech, we will going to have Professor Peggy Dong and Professor Gao Xing and also Sato Yuki. And we will going to start with Professor Emeritus Peggy Dong from Hanyang University and also slash Institute of East Asian Archaeology. And he will going to talk about Asian Paleolithic from a new perspective and extended scope from the Korean. Please give him a big round of applause.
말씀은 약간 띄고 하는 게 좋다 그러고요. 요게 이제 레이저 포인터고요. 앞으로는 요거 혹시 뒤로 가실 거면 요거 누르시는데 요것만 이제 누르시면 됩니다. 네.
반갑습니다. 저기 소개받은 백
Hello, it is very nice to meet you all. My name is Peggy Dong. And before we start, as the first keynote speaker, I am very honored. Thank you very much. Chairperson Kung Soo-jin had played a big role here. We also had a symposium in Gwangju, and it was a huge development from that symposium. So congratulations and also thank you. And I would like to talk about Asian Paleolithic from a new perspective and extended scope from the Korean. And when I was preparing for this presentation, we had the members for discussion. And so far, there were so many Paleolithic sites and theories that was suggested, but in methodology, we are still learning in science, and I think it is time for us to have a new perspective from Asian and as one of the region in global society. And I think we have to see this Paleolithic site as that perspective. And under this theme, as a person who had studied archaeology, I would like to share my experience, and also I would like to suggest direction to our new generation archaeologists. So I will going to introduce cases in Korea, so it is your judgment about other countries. So this is based on my personal experience and my hope. I think you are all very hungry because it's been a while since you had a breakfast. So I would like to start about story about bread. There are so many types of bread and desserts around the world, and we are still enjoying different type of breads. And starting from the left, there is naan from India, Africa, and we can move on to different kinds of bread, different types and different shapes of naan. And also, hotdog is very famous in Korea, but this actually started in China. And if we move to America, we can see similar trend. They're very similar, but they're all different. They're very similar, but it has different ways to make. So there are these bread culture, but we don't share this bread cultures to other countries. We just say that these are all each individual unique culture. So our perspective on culture, why don't we apply this to Paleolithic? And I think it is our task to apply this in archaeology and Paleolithic. So, as we understand the variety of bread, it is time for us to see Paleolithic in this way. So, I hope I can create one of the opportunity for that. And this is Eugene Devois in Southeast Asia, and he found one of the site, and this was named Homo erectus. Erectus means erection, so standing monkey. And this had led to Darwin's and Linnean's standing monkey theory. And we all knew that. But what about in the past? When they first heard about this story, they didn't believe this, so he were attacked with different criticism. So he were not able to dare to show this to other scholars. And after the cases found in China, he once again suggested this theory. And Eugene Devois, I think he had thought about this for a long time because he was not sure if he found the right bone and right theory. But having a different perspective means different possibility. But if we make mistake, we can have distorted opinion. And we should learn from these cases. So this was a fossil. And also, stone industries. You all know about this. There is a Mobius theory. This was 50 years, 5 decades after Devois' theory. So there are sites in Asia, and Mobius compared this theory to theories and sites in Europe and Africa. And he came with the theory that sites in Asia is very poor. And he said this is Acheulean and that is Chopachotinsu culture. And there are experts from Paleolithic sector here, and I think you are all aware of this story. And once again, if we make more expansion, we can think about human evolutionary theories. There are many theories and there are many stories and opinions about human evolutionary. If we talk about human evolutionary, it starts from Homo australopithecus to Homo series. There are older Australos and also older Homos, Homo erectus, Neanderthals, and Homo sapiens. And what about in the past? How did people thought about the differences in between different types? Like we see species these days, they thought there aren't any interactions between genes. This happened until the recent. Homo erectus, Neanderthal, Homo sapiens cannot exchange with each other. They thought they cannot marry each other. So if we look at the text, replacement was not possible. So people thought the older species extinct and new species emerge. Even though human was generated in different regions, they thought there weren't any exchanges in between. So that was the definition of human evolutionary. That was the basic concept. Darwin always say gradualism. Little by little, step by step change will make a huge difference later on. And if we want to make definition about a species, a certain species should have a certain feature and characteristic. And
that feature or characteristic stays, and if they are faced with a new environment, they make fast evolutionary. People call that stage evolutionary. So, step or gradual evolution was thought in a same way. But what about now? Starting from 7 million years ago and until now, there are many species and many types. And we are talking about species with fossils. I don't think human with 500 cc brain and 1000 cc brain can marry each other, but if we say that there are many types of people, many types of human, then it can be possible. In the past, we didn't thought about the multiracial, multi-type marriage, but our fixed concept had changed drastically past 20 or 30 years. So also, Paleolithic archaeologists, they were biased, and we need to think what we have done in the past, and we have to change and we have to prepare for the future by changing the concept. And in 2020, Paleolithic anthropology, we need to look back and think what we have done wrong. And here in Paleolithic, anthropologists and archaeologists should escape from a bias, and we should make a minimum bias. Now we have rocks and fossils that was removed with false theory. But this fossil is containing life and natural order. We have to think about life and natural order, but some scholars forget about this order and life. So we have to think about what kind of phenomenon we are facing, and these are just facts. And we can think about other things, other directions. In the past, human emerged in different regions, but humans started from Africa. When? 2 million years ago. We have evidence. And you can see diminished skull on the left and Newhan on the right, and this is 2 million years ago skull. So mostly these skulls are about 2 million years ago, came from 2 million years ago. And Homo erectus came in a fast speed, and they made colonialism. And my story is starting from Korea. And maybe scholars from other regions may have less concern than I. When we had a symposium in Gwangju, we were asked with a question about this Paleolithic theory, because in the Western country, all the early, mid, late Paleolithic period is fixed, but we make definition not based on technology, but with time. And when we make comparison with global cases, we cannot make comparison because the standard was very different. So even though it's late, low, mid, we have to divide in these periods, and then based on this, we are able to explain Paleolithic site in Korea. And after the excavation in Seokjangli, there were many sites that had been developed after that. And in the early stage, there were hand axe and also polyhedral and also non-fabricated tools. And in the late era, there was blade and 10-point and microblade and also well retouched tools emerged. So in late Paleolithic period, Professor Lee contributed to this, and this change had started 4 million years ago. Like I just mentioned, this is the summarized version of what I said. There is hand axe, cleavers, polyhedral, and also not just tools, but this site structure was very unstable, unclear. That is the definition of this Paleolithic industry. And we cannot say it's floor. But is it really floor? But we cannot prove this because if someone asks us question, if this is actually floor, we cannot provide evidence. And in the late Paleolithic, we can say that there are humans living in this area. And the damage of the site differs based on its age. And in this period, there are many sites and also many behaviors like making fire or making tools and stone tools. Those lifestyles can also be found with this site. And in a broad sense, we can make conclusion that human can travel in long distance, and those are our knowledge. So when we talk about the early Paleolithic period, we cannot skip Cheonggongli because in Cheonggongli, hand axe was excavated in 1970s. This was the first Acheulean type stone tool that's been found. But actually, there was one case from China. For us, the name is strange, but the name was very strange, large, heavy-duty pointed tool, so people didn't know that it was the same case. There were some misunderstanding, and the US scholars said that this is a hand axe, so you should name it differently. And that's why we got the new perspective. And after that, in East Asia, hand axe industry was found in Korean Peninsula everywhere. And in Hantan River, and Imjin River, there were so many hand axe found. 10 maximum. Once there was a hand axe found, 10 pieces at a time. Rowana and Vas hand axe was also found. So people no longer can say that there is no hand axe existing in Asian region. If you look at the left, these are cleavers and stone tools from Cheonggongli, and on the middle you can see hand axe from Han site. And we can see that this was very general in this Paleolithic period. And in East Asia, there were hand axe used. No one can deny this anymore. But what about this distribution map? This is focusing on China, but this is our actual situation. So, still, many scholars around the world still say that Asian hand axe and Western hand axe are different. Of course, they're different. But what is the definition of difference? Because Western are very developed, but they always try to explain that hand axe found in Asian countries are very poor. So let's go back to the bread story. So is the technology, is this industry technology very important? Yes, of course they're important, but that does not mean that it is connected to humans' intellectual capacity. So in terms of East Asia, there are differences from Western countries, Western sites. They say that these hand axe are too small and there is no levaluar technology. Yes, there is a scholar today who is saying that levaluar technology was found in Korea, but it can be risky to insist that. If you look at the left side, mode 2, well, mode 2 can show two trends. Mode A is very effective technology culture used in terms of making hand axe tools. But for mode 2, this is for flake tools, very micro retouched. So first one is large size flake. Second one is very slim flake technology. So we call this levaluar technology. So this was found in mid Paleolithic, but the period is very similar with Acheulean, which is 250,000 years ago. So whether or not we apply this technology or not is a choice, but it is not showing the stage of development by that time. So on the left, the technology process is very different, and on the right, you can see that the difference distribution and also the flakes that are found in East Asia. And is this the same with the levaluar's retouch type? No, it cannot be. But Asia and East Asia, there are few hand axe. So if we look at this in a big framework, there can be some cultural differences. Let's move to late Paleolithic. In East Asia, northern area, tank points and blade core shows how much the technology had developed in this period. And also, these tools are very well touched, well retouched. It looks very nice. I asked Mr. Ko from National Museum, and I asked him that we should also have stones from prehistory age and one from Paleolithic age and also New Paleolithic age. And if that happens, those stones should be stored by National Museum. This is the section view from the site in Suyangge, and last week we went to Inner Mongolia. We dealt with Inner Mongolian site, and it starts from beginning to the end, and this contains various culture and also 10 point. And at the late Paleolithic, this is developed to various technologies. Apple, Steve Jobs, had an idea from this Paleolithic period. So by combining different technologies, 10 point had born. In Suyange site, these kinds of tools were found. And also, this rock is very unique. So if we look at Korean site, this blade culture was very much developed. So what we used to know in the past, the late Paleolithic had started 30,000 years ago, and this did not explain technology and science that much. But after the excavation of these rocks, we can see that technology of tools had also developed in Korean Peninsula. And also tools that are used in modern days in rural area these days were actually very similar to these. In 2010, when I was making a presentation, I said that there is no tool in southern area, but in Korea there are tools that are found from the top of the Korean peninsula from the bottom, but this does not apply to China. Blade, microblade, had came down to Korean peninsula and Japan. Luvalua technology is very important technology. Sometimes scholars from China and Korea talk about this technology, but this is not general. So we cannot talk about the general application of this technology. So what does this mean? So when it comes to expansion of modern human, we have to think about this theory. Blade, microblade are definitely from northern area. Inner Mongolia, Denisovan, Altai, and also Eastern Europe. Initial apopalivity and also Eastern Europe. Those are the origins. Definitely not from South area. Then this culture came from northern area and flourished. Does that mean that also human came from northern area? We can ask a question. And also, we don't have enough material to study prehistory arts. There are material in China, but not that much in Korea. And in Africa, we can see that art had started 100,000 years ago, and this leads to Spain and other countries in Europe. And also Borneo, there are so many wall paintings. And when we calculate the chronology, this is older than what had found in European countries. So people thought art had started from European countries, but this had moved differently. So after new discovery, our older knowledge, older information, and what we knew that was fact is not sure. So like Professor Lee Han-yong, he said that this may be 40,000 years ago. So human evolution, stone tool, various stone tools, we were biased by some of the theories. And that bias had been discovered. So this is the theme, this is the subject. and Denisova was found, and this discovery had turned our knowledge upside down. In Denisova's cave, there were genes that was very old, and there were also traces of human being, and gene was found, and Denisovan was found here. And Denisovan gene was mostly found in East Asia. And when we want to talk about the expansion and evolution of human being, we have to recognize differently. So if you look here, Homo sapiens, it is time for us to make other judgment. This is no longer the same species. So why does Denisova mostly found in Asian country? So in the past, people said that the human being had moved from west to east, but this theory is changing. And this is Hwaryongdong site. The characteristic of modern human is that we have a jawline that is very big, and with this mosaic characteristic, there is a new formation and deformation. So how should we see this from a new perspective? So blade came from north area, but their human being, they moved from south to north because biomass itself is much bigger in southern area and human population density is much higher in southern area. So mostly people move from high population to lower population. And Mongoloid group, the origin of Mongoloid cannot be explained only by the cultural sites. This red shows high population, demographic population. So this can be looked as a cultural thing, but I don't think so. The biomass itself was very huge and it came to the north. And also, Yellow Sea area is very important in that respect. People moved to northern area and maybe some of them went to America continent. And this can show the characteristic and culture. We cannot change the characteristic of human being, but we can also accept other cultures. So if we make study about this, we can be able to explain that theory. So here, what I want to say is that so far, evolution had been explained by unilateral way, but it is time for us to escape from that. In a big framework, it is the same, but if we have a multilinear evolution, maybe that may make us easy to explain. We have to see the cultural diversity. We have to see the cultural diversity from different perspectives. And in terms of methodology, we have to think about the formation of site and also the current culture that is being adopted by human being. And we also have to consider the cultural selection in that process. So in the past, there was a basic tool that came from Western academia, but it is time for us to change that framework a little. And I think we should have a discourse about this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Bei. So whenever we have symposium, the time is always lacking. So we should secure more enough time. I'm sorry for that. And I'd like to invite the second keynote speaker, Professor Gao Xing from China. So Professor Xing Gao would like to take a look about a new perspective on cultural persistence and human behaviors in Pleistocene China.
Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Good morning. It's my great privilege to come to this beautiful city and to come to this stage of the 11th APA meeting. And I enjoy listening to Professor Pei Jitong's talk, and I think my talk is kind of supplementary to your talk. So the title of my presentation is New Perspective on Cultural Persistence and Human Behavior in Plastic China. I think I will use the Chinese data to support Professor Pei Jitong's idea. So you know, in the past 2 decades, we have witnessed very rapid accumulation of Paleolithic archaeological materials in China. And due to additional archaeological discoveries and in-depth research, the history of human biological evolution and cultural development in plastic China has become more complete, and we know much better than before. And we have acquired a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the unique characteristics of Paleolithic industries and also the dynamics of plastic human behavior and adaptation strategies in the region. In the past several decades, researchers in China tried very hard to find some, we call it Western elements in the Chinese Paleolithic record, such as the archeline and mountaineering and the blade-based techno complex as a way of challenging traditional way of Paleolithic cultural tradition in China and East Asia, such as the so-called Morris line hypothesis. While it is clear that plastic China was never absolutely isolated area for the survival of certain hominid groups, and the Paleolithic remains in the region were not necessarily the remnants of cultural backwater. And although Paleolithic industries in China and East Asia share some features in common with those of Western Eurasia and Africa, it is also undeniable that Chinese Paleolithic do exist unique developmental trend, such as the late Professor by yourself's sentence. Paleolithic industries in China hardly follow the traditional definition of the lower, middle, and upper Paleolithic commonly employed in Western Eurasia. And the long-term continuity of artifacts known as core choppers, core and flakes do not fit with the Eurocentric subdivision of the prehistorical period mentioned above. So here I want to make an illustration for the difference and or similarities between East Asia and West Eurasia and Africa cultural remains. So on the top you can see is the development of Paleolithic industries from China, also part of East Asia, and the above is the Western Eurasian assemblage. So if we can borrow the 5-mode cultural development from the late Professor Clark, and you can see China and East Asia is really a unique way of cultural development. The mode 1 technology, it's strong and very persistent and lasts for a long period of time. Even we know that mode 1 mode or the Levallois or the old one technology is not a very good label and to cover the diversity of cultural development in the area. But still you can see the difference between East and the West. So most Chinese Paleolithic industries are characterized by the strong persistence of core flake tools dominated by scrapers in North China and the pepper tools dominated by chopper and picks in South China. And here is some pictures to show the main characteristics of southern and northern Chinese Paleolithic remains. In north, it's small flake tools, and the major features include using local poor quality raw materials and employing simple core reduction techniques without systematic core preparation. And the tools are mostly expedient and dominated by small scrapers on flake blanks. And most people will label them as simple core flake tools, but not simple. It's not always the same. The case. Some alternative flaking on regular disc cores and scrapers points with fine retouch and very regular morphology can be found at some size. And other people also publish some similar observations and believe that even it's very slow development, but you can observe the development gradually. Some certain change occurred within the flake tools in North China. Now, how about in South China? Is a pebble tool. In Central and South China, and those cultural remains were characterized by expedient, heavy-duty tools, and such as chopping tools, picks made on pebbles and large flakes, and very simple hard hammer packaging, block on block method, and the screwing against the anvil technology were employed to making two blanks and to make stone tools. So change do occur within those industries, but they take the form of gradual renovation and refinement in which the core of the lithic technology and toolkit composition remain stable. Rapid replacement by new techno complex seldom occurred. The so-called Western cultural elements, such as the archery industries and the mountaineering industries and the blade-based industries, emerged only temporarily in limited regions, and their influence on mainstream industries were not very profound and or long-lasting. So here, the example about the archery industries in central China, the Luonan Basin, excavated by Professor Wang Shijiang. So it's real archery hand axe, picks, and cleavers, but it's much younger age. And recently, a new site called Pilo was discovered on the top of Tibetan Plateau. It's very high area, and you can see very typical hand axe and the cleavers picks. And we also discovered some mastering sites, but not mostly in the northern part of China. In Inner Mongolia, one site we call Jinshitai, and with certain horizon and the mastering and even some lava products were identified. Another site, the Tongtiandong in Xinjiang area, and also very typical mastering blade, flakes and scrapers, and also some elements of lava technology were identified. But it's very rare occasions in Paleolithic industries in China. And another side, all know the Shui-Dongou, we just celebrate the 100 years discovery and excavation. So from that side, we found some lava core flakes and blades. So it's really a blade-based technology. However, it appeared around 40,000 years ago, but disappeared after that. And the site, the area, the industry were replaced by traditional small flake tools have been prevailed in North China for long period of time. And another site, blade-based technology, was found in Tibet. Tibetan plateau is very high elevation, and it's dated to around 40 to 30,000 years ago. But it disappeared after that. Not much influence can be observed on later assemblies. So when we put the information together, you can see in Northeast Asia, these are very complex cultural phenomena. But in North China, it's still dominated by small flake tools, by so-called simple core flake industries. So in the past, many scholars have offered some interpretations, hypotheses, try to explain why China and East Asian Paleolithic archaeological remains are so unique and so different from Western Eurasia and Africa. And such as the isolation of early migrated hominin groups. We all know the famous Moses line hypothesis. And also some people believe that the bamboo and hardwood tools play a very important role, and maybe they are the major features and for Paleolithic industries. And the raw material restrictions, the poor quality raw materials made the Asian humans difficult to make very good stone tools. And then some people believe it's because of the low population density and not many people there, so not much pressure for their survival. And also some people believe it's the environmental factors that make the culture and the human lifestyle very different from the West. While all the factors might have offered some explanations, I think we still need more comprehensive mode to deal with, to explain the cultural phenomena, the difference between the East and the West. And I think Professor Ji Dongpei already pointed out, with the discovery of some archeline-like industries in China and Korea, especially in southern and central China, it is clear that we should no longer worry about the Moses line hypothesis that separate lower Paleolithic East Asia with the rest of the old world, mainly or merely based on the presence or absence of Handex industries. So what we need to do is try to understand the Chinese and the East Asian Paleolithic on its own terms, instead of trying to shoehorn it into the preconceived paradigms from the West. So here I offer my hypothesis, my thinking as I call it the adaptive behavior model. And I believe that the so-called simple core flake and the pebble tools produced and utilized by Palestinian human in interior China was sufficient and suitable for their survival and adaptation to the relatively stable environment. And during the coupled evolution of human and their environment. A comparative stable cultural tradition emerged. And this cultural tradition was maintained and reinformed by a set of flexible human behavioral patterns, including high mobility, a pragmatic attitude toward the fabrication of expedient stone tools and the exploitation of available raw materials, resources, and also very simple but very flexible lifestyles. And when we look at the map of China, and we can see it's really a unique geological and geographic situation. And China is surrounded by some high mountains and the desert in the north and the sea in the east. So it's not a total isolation from the rest of the world, but during very harsh conditions, especially cold and dry period, some corridors was closed, and so it's very make some difficulties for people to go in and go out freely. So it's a special geological situation, and also we can see that this area it have some very stable environment, and as a result, we can see the continuity of human evolution. And even some climatic fluctuations occurred in China and East Asia, but it's never as severe as happened in Europe, America. And so the relatively stable environment and all friendly environment support the continued survival and adaptation of human groups in the area for a long period of time. As a result, cultural development is continued, and the tradition has been stable. So one example is the giant panda and stegodon fauna in Central and South China. And it lasts for a long period of time, from the beginning of Pleistocene all the way to the terminal Pleistocene. So the environment, that means the environment is mostly warm and stable. So people can live in that area without interruption by very harsh climatic change. And we can also see people living in such environment, they keep very low intensity of resources exploitation and keep a way of high mobility, because most of the Paleolithic sites in China have been identified as a seasonal, short-time occupied ones. And the artifacts collected from those sites are mostly simple and share some basic features of technology, typology, and morphology, which may indicate that human groups living in the region has a simple and easy hunting gathering lifestyle, and they keep the exploitation of natural resources at a rather low intensity, and seldom felt the pressure of innovating lithic technology to procure difficult resources. In keeping such a life way, and they move frequently to other places to find the new food resources, and therefore they left identical stone tools and other materials in many sites in the region. And also we can find very high flexibility in stone tool manufacture and utility among those industries. Because of the lack of high quality raw material, so people were forced to use local poor raw materials to make simple tools. And as a result, they have a very highly flexible way of making and use the stone tools, even simple, but they are suitable and efficient for them to keep their life ways. And direct hammer percussion, the bipolar technique, block on block, and the throwing against the anvil techniques were used for different raw materials and in different regions. So it's a very flexible technology. And for most of the size, we can discover some stone tools just as natural and retouch the flakes. And many tools were used as multifunctional. And such flexibility might have reinforced ancient human survival capability and helped the Paleolithic tradition to be strong and stable. And so if the bamboo tool hypothesis can be verified in the future, will provide a very good example of the flexibility and the intelligence of ancient humans living in the region. So when we talk about the stone tools, the most important thing is function, the efficiency. But also we can observe the morphology and the style. So most of the time, we will connect the function, from morphology to technology. Also, the people's cognition and stone tool making capability. However, I want to point out that maybe something else is important. It's the choice and the culture that play a big role for the making of certain morphological tools and the way of use those stone tools. For example, we are attracted to the so-called the hand axe. It looks very nice and symmetrical and well fabricated. And many people believe that such hand axe is multifunctional tools. But I will argue, if it's multifunctional, it can be replaced by some individual simple stone tools. So it's not very necessary for everybody, for every group, to make and to keep, to bring around such hand axe. They can just make use of very simple stone tools because they can fulfill the function they need. Also, another example is the knives. And I think in China, Korea, and maybe also Japan, in the kitchen, most people use such big knives to do almost everything. It's very different from Europe and West Asia. Use a set of small knives and other tools. So in China, in East Asia, such a big knife can do almost everything and very efficient. So you can use other tools, but it's not the technology. It's a choice. It's a culture. So the cultural tradition make people to choose or to make different tools. So if it's the case in modern time, in recent time, why not the humans in the past? So I think culture is an important factor in the formation of our archaeological record. We should not think only about technology, but also the cultural tradition. But culture can be changed, exchange occurred. So nowadays in China, in some family and in the kitchen, you can see some new elements, and it's more knives, more tools occurred there. So another example is using chopstick in the East, or using forks and the spoon and the knife in the West. So in the surface, you can see chopstick is very simple, but we can use it for almost everything. We don't need use the forks and the knives. So it's not the technology, it's the culture play a big role. And also, you can't say that people use chopstick are stupid and that people use fork and the spoon are very smart. We all enjoy delicious food using different utilities. So the final conclusion, and hominids in Palestine, China, and East Asia maintain a continued and more or less stable evolutionary trajectory, and their technological development trend was more inclined to inheritance than innovation. And during the process, a unique and relatively stable cultural tradition was formed. And the reason behind it is many different factors, such as the continuous survival and evolution of mainstream human groups. And so we all know the hypothesis of the continuity with hybridization theory proposed by late Professor Wu Xinzhi. But also, I think the adaptive behavior, behavior model play a very important role. And the core of the model is the mobility, flexibility, and practicality. And it is obvious that the Paleolithic in China and East Asia are different from those of contemporary Paleolithic remains in Africa and Western Eurasia in many ways. And it should be understood with a broad framework of universal cultural diversity. It should be realized that while Asian hominids in different parts of the world share some basic lithic technologies and produce and use similar stone tools, such as the conflict tools used everywhere by Asian humans. And each human group was unique in his method of survival and adaptation because of ecological context and raw material availability and quality. So what is more important is to look beyond lithic technological and typological variability and find the factors and dynamics behind such cultural difference and reconstruct different pathways of human evolution toward complexity and modernity. So finally, I want to use this opportunity to thank Korean Paleolithic Society for organizing this symposium, and thank you all for your attention and support, your collaboration and friendship. And in the beginning of the opening speech, Professor Li Yongzhu recalled the history of the foundation of APA, but I want to remind everybody, APA, the Asian Paleolithic Society, is the natural development of the Triangle and her conference. So Professor Li Yongzhu and other Korean Japanese scholars have contributed the development of such a study and the foundation of such organization greatly. So I want to say, again, I want to say thank you. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your important presentation. Last, we have Professor Sato Hiroyuki from Japan, and we have residents from Weso, and they prepared so much, and we have elderly group who are also participating, and we also have a session at 2 o'clock. So I think it is better for the residents to move first for their lunch. So we will going to let them leave the hall, and after 1 minute we will going to hear from Professor Sato Hiroyuki. Once again, apologize for a delay because we are organizing. And Professor Satohiro Yuki from the Tokyo University, the University of Tokyo, will going to give us a speech about new perspective on human behavior and migration in Japan. Please welcome him.
Chairperson, Dr. Lee. I am Hiroki Sato, working at the University of Tokyo in Japan. My presentation title is New Perspectives on Human Behavior and Migration in Japan. I will discuss the recent research on the beginning of the Upper Paleolithic in Japanese archipelago. The present Japanese archipelago is composed of 4 main landmasses, such as Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, Kyushu, from north to south, and Nansei Islands, including Okinawa Islands. However, because of eustatic sea level changes during the marine migration associated with the last glacier, the Japanese archipelago was merged into 2 main landmasses and 1 island, Paleo-Honshu Islands, consisting of the present Honshu, Shikoku, Kyushu Islands, and the Paleo-Hokkaido Peninsula, consists of the present Sakhalin, Hokkaido, and southern Kuril Islands, and Okinawa region, composed of many islands, Paleo-Ryukyu Islands, so-called. The Paleo-Hokkaido Peninsula and the Paleo-Honshu Islands were separated by Tsugaru Strait, and the Korean Peninsula and the Paleo-Honshu Islands were separated by Korean Strait. It is very important to consider this geological setting in discussing the Paleolithic cultures of these regions, because Paleolithic culture in the Paleo-Hokkaido Peninsula was strongly related to that of the continent, while Paleolithic cultures in the Paleo-Honshu Islands showed original change. These 3 Paleolithic cultures were based on present Japanese 3 traditional culture areas. Since the oldest human cultures in the Japanese archipelago can be recognized only Paleo-Honshu Islands, it is thought that the first human in the archipelago split via the Korean Peninsula. It is highly likely that modern humans spread to the archipelago multiple times during the continuation of the Middle Paleolithic culture. The largest dispersal was 38,000 years ago, after which many archaeological remains from the early Upper Paleolithic appeared in various parts of Paleo-Honshu Islands. In the Paleo-Ryukyu Islands, several sites from the EUP of 35,000 years ago have been confirmed. Since the Paleo-Ryukyu Islands are islands, they strongly suggested early stage of maritime travel by modern humans. In the first stage of EUP of Paleo-Hokkaido Peninsula, trapezoid and pointed blade tools with detached bases were found that originated from the northern part of the Paleo-Honshu Islands. The first spread of modern humans from continent through land bridge would be 25 Ka. The beginning of Japanese Upper Paleolithic was mainly being examined using 2 major models so far. First is the Middle Paleolithic evolutionary model within the archipelago, and the second, the continual Upper Paleolithic diffusion migration model. However, Recent archaeological data from Japan and nearby countries are challenging such simple alternative models. The start of the Japanese EP is presently characterized by a wide flake industry with trapezoid and other small flake tools as dentilate, scrapers, drills, etc. around 38,000 BP on the Paleo Honshu Island, which was partial resemblance with contemporary assemblage in China and Korean Peninsula. But although trapezoid are endemic only to the Japanese EUP and may have derived from the ancestral Rishik tradition of the Middle Paleolithic of Japan, blade technology appeared earliest on Central Paleo Honshu Islands about no more than 1,000 years later than the earliest flake technology. It was once thought that blade technology may have originated from the elongated flake technology of the previous period. However, recently it came to be thought that the sudden simultaneous emergence implies that it diffused from the Korean Peninsula. Wide flake and blade technology were essential risk reduction sequence in Japanese EUP. EUP prehistoric human had acquired and established this bipartite structure of two alternative technologies stimulously on next stage as Musashi Dai site 35,400 BP. You can see the oldest trapezoid from Ishinomoto site, central Kyushu, and point blade tools with retouched base from Happusan 2 site, central Japan. Right side is new assemblage from Kosakayama site. Kosakayama is recently excavated, 2000, and unearthed the large blade assemblage like nearby Happusan 2 site. C14 date of the two sites are almost the same. Although Happusan 2 have many pointed large blade tools with retouched bases, Kosakayama do not have any pointed blade tools in spite of possessing many large blades. Assemblage on Kosakayama show large blades, small blades, edge grand axes, slanted point, blade core, and so-called Buran core. Large and small blades are new remains, probably from continent. However, edge grand axe and slanted point are derived from the ancestral Rishik tradition of the Middle Paleolithic of Japan. It is remarkable that there are no trapezoid, but present many slanted point on Kosakayama. Because trapezoid of EUP was already present, such as Ishinomoto, 37.5 Ka, slightly older than Kosakayama. Kosakayama is 36.8 Ka. And the slanted point was made by the Middle Paleolithic technology in Japan. Research result of Kosakayama site will be reported later by Dr. Kunitake and his colleague. Kosakayama assemblage looks like the initial upper Paleolithic of Western Eurasia. So, is Kosakayama IUP? Now Japanese Paleolithic archaeologists discuss this problem eagerly. One of characteristics of IUP is coexistence with parallel blade and convergent flake reduction by volumetric technology. Technological background of IUP is influence of Rubalova technique of Musterian. So IUP was limited to the west side of Mobius line, where was only Musterian distributed. IUP was first emerged in the Levant, 47,000 BB, and dispersed to east till Mongolia and northwest China, with the spread of modern humans. I think Mobius line is a good index proxy, dividing Eurasian into western and eastern cultural areas from the late early Paleolithic to present. In the late early Paleolithic, western side of Mobius line had distributed late Assyrians, but eastern side was old-fashioned hand axes, like early Assyrian. I called East Asian type hand axe assemblage the pebble and flake tool assemblage. This trend was continued in the Middle Paleolithic. In the western side, number one appeared and spread Mysteria, but eastern side divided into north area number two and south area number three. East Asia of north area number two had various flake tools produced from prepared cords. I called East Asian Middle Paleolithic. That is not Mysteria. And in the south area number three, pebble and flake tool assemblage were continued to Holocene. Bread of Altai IUP became large. In Altai, IUP sites located on the lithic material, yielding area of black shell and plastic people preferred, and they produced a lot of large blades. This large blade IUP assemblage was from Torbol 5 site, northern Mongolia. We note to be accompanied by the Middle Paleolithic type tools. These large blade assemblage distributed beyond IUP area into eastern. You can see the large blade assemblage in Tadosha site in the Russian Far East. This assemblage was not accompanied with the Middle Paleolithic type tools. Large blade assemblage dispersed to Korean Peninsula. You can see the large blade assemblage in Suyange site locality 6 cultural area 4. I think large blade reduction of Kosakayama is clearly influenced by Suyange locality 6. Kosakayama assemblage is complex with elements from the continent as large blade and traditional elements as slanted point and edge grand axis. By the way, I would like to confirm the research on the genealogy of traditional techniques in Japan. In Japan, there are present some possible early and middle Paleolithic archaeological sites. Early Paleolithic is not sure. Middle Paleolithic can be divided into three stages: early, late, and transition from middle to upper Paleolithic. You can see the representative middle Paleolithic stone tools in Japan. For example, number 15 is slanted point, similar to Kosakayama by the same technology. And number 9 to 11 are small flake tools look like trapezoid briefly. But these tools are not trapezoid, but pseudo-trapezoid, as so-called Sojinseki. We can observe similar pseudo-trapezoid over East Asia, but trapezoid are distributed only in the Japanese archipelago. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Good. Very good.
네,
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. This ends the plenary session of the 11th International Symposium of Asian Paleolithic Association. As it had been informed, please go to the cafeteria. And we were going to start Walpyeong special session starting from 2 o'clock, and also the rest of the session will start at 3 o'clock. So refer to the brochure and the schedule inside the brochure. Thank you so much for participating in today's event, and this is the end of plenary session. Thank you.
또? 굉장히 조촐한 모임이고요. 지금 유튜브로 전 세계적으로 저희를 지켜보고 있을 거라고 확신하고 있습니다. 죄송하지만 앞쪽으로 좀 나와주시면 어떨까 싶은데요. 네, 대체로 여기 카메라보다는 좀 앞쪽으로 나와 주셔야 네, 남들이 보기에 저희가 좀 많이 있음직하게 보이겠습니다.
Et Sujin, j'ai une question.
Oui. Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to start session 4. So the session 4 is being held online and offline at the same time. Nice to meet you. I'm the moderator of the session 4, Soo-jin Kong. And for the online session, like Amelia Ville will be the chair. So we will have 9 presentations in total for session 4. So after the coffee break, there's a little change of the orders of the presentations. So the Ville Amelia will take the last presentation, while the Sofwan will make the presentation right after the coffee break. And the session 4 is currently being live streamed YouTube. So if you have any questions during the presentation or any comments, you can freely leave your comments or questions on YouTube. Then our staff will gather all the questions or comments all together. We'll have discussion sessions at the end of today's session. So I'd like to invite the first speaker of the session 4. Please welcome Hyunjin Kim.
My name is Hyunjin Kim, a curator of Shirak Museum. I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to the generous hosts and all esteemed guests who have gathered here today to discuss Paleolithic human fossils in the Korean Peninsula. A total of 60 sites of the Korean Peninsula have been subject to investigations for Paleolithic human fossils. These sites are primarily concentrated within the Daedong River Basin and Danyang Karst 13. So the majority of the sites consist of caves and rock shelter, with the exception of the sore open-air site Seokseongri. In this presentation, the term archaic Homo sapiens has been employed to refer to a collection of fossils exhibiting varying morphological characteristics lying between Homo erectus and modern humans. While different perspectives may exist on this matter, a definitive method for categorizing this transitional stage remains elusive. Also, is continued utilization being in common in East Asia. The map highlights a significant number of human fossils discovered within North Korea. However, the restrictive access policies of North Korea pose challenges in obtaining research data. So, despite efforts to incorporate the latest available information, it is important to acknowledge the presence of limitations, such as unclear data and subpar images. Let's begin by discussing archaic Homo sapiens. Seokseongri stands out as significant sites with fossils discovered within the lava flow adjacent to the quarry. While photographic evidence doesn't fully capture the details, reports indicate the presence of 3 individuals, a middle-aged, an adolescent, and a child. In the case of adults, notable features include a flat and smooth palate of maxilla, a robust mandible. The adolescent individual display a setback frontal bone and the formation of a supraorbital. Through thermoluminescence and paleomagnetic dating, this assemblage is estimated to be about 300,000 years old. In the Daeyeondong, an intriguing discovery was made: the skull of a young child, believed to be around 7 years old. Notably, a frontal bone of the skull features the development of the supraorbital torus, Additionally, the forehead exhibits a gentle and receding slope. Further substantiating its primitive characteristics. This specimen is estimated to belong to the Middle to Late Pleistocene, dating back over 100,000 years. Within the confines of the Seungnisan Cave, a compelling collection of human fossils emerges from both the upper and lower strata of the Paleolithic layer. Among these, the fossils of teeth and scapula bone discovered within the lower level have been assigned the classification of Archaea Homo sapiens. The guidance of biostratigraphy indicates plausible alignment with the Middle to Late Pleistocene. Let's shift our focus to modern Homo sapiens, whose presence in South Korea is concentrated within the Danyang area. The emergence of the Paleolithic human fossils in Korea took place at the Sangsi rock shelter. The recovered specimen is believed to represent an adult, approximately 25 years in age. Notably, the parietal bone is thick, and comparative analysis of scapula bone suggests resemblance to the hominid discovered in Israel's School Cave. The application of uranium series dating places its age at around 30,000 years. Moving to Gunang Cave, an investigation yielded a collection of human fossils encompassing hand and foot phalanges, metacarpal, and metatarsal bones. Among these, metatarsal bone is attributed to an adult male, and has been subject to radiocarbon dating, yielding an average age of approximately 43,000 years before present.
김현진 선생님 잠깐만요. 네, 저쪽에서 화면이 안 보이신다고 합니다. 줌에서 화면이 지금.
어떻게 해야 되나요?
아니 저기 기술 선생님한테 여쭤보는 건데. 유튜브에서는 잘 작동이 되는데요.
So I'm asking for your understanding. There's a little technical glitch, so we need to pause the presentation. I'd like to apologize for the technical glitch and the pause during the presentation. I'd like to resume.
Numerous instances of modern Homo sapiens have been unearthed in North Korea. Let us begin by examining the fossils from the early periods. Within the upper Paleolithic stratum of Seungnisan Cave, a mandible from a modern Homo sapiens was discovered. This mandible is believed to have belonged to an elderly man and is characterized by substantial size, thickness, and weight, accompanied by a wide width and considerable height. A faint development of the chin is evident. Similarly, in Kumcheon Cave, yet another mandible attributed to an elderly man was uncovered. This mandible, like the previous one, boasts remarkable thickness relative to its height. The formation of the chin is notably subdued. The ramus of 네. 이쪽으로 갈까요? 네. So next is Naengjeong Cave. Naengjeong Cave yields fragments of the parietal bone and mandible from middle-aged individual. The parietal bone stands out due to its remarkable thickness, although it does display slight bulging. Notable features of the mandible include large crowns and sturdy roots of or second premolar and first molar. This
네, 첫 번째 발표라서 지금 여러
So we are having a number of technical glitch because since this is a first presentation and I'm asking for your understanding.
아, 아. Again, this assemblage is estimated to be approximately 40 to 50,000 years old. The dating determination derived from a combination of thermoluminescence and uranium series and EPR. So moving forward, I'd like to spotlight two profoundly significant sites that have garnered substantial attention through rigorous research efforts since its initial discovery. This is from Ryonggo Cave. Ryonggo Cave emerges as a pivotal location, boasting the discovery of a total 10 human fossils. Notably, this collection features nearly intact skulls, representative of middle-aged men from the early period and middle-aged women from the late period. A shared trait between them lies in their dolichocranic feature indicated of elongated skulls. Additionally, both specimens present well-defined supraorbital torus and prominently developed sartorial crests and distinct occipital torus, intriguing the mandibular fossa of maxilla dispersion variations. A comparison between the two revealed the later specimen possesses a certain differentiating features. It is relatively larger brain volume and a more pronounced parietal torus and smoother and overall arch. The supraorbital region exhibits a thinner profile, and most notably, the mandible's chin is more pronounced. From now, numerous endeavors have been undertaken to ascertain the chronological placement of Ryonggo Cave. Recent analysis indicate a values of approximately 72,000 years for the lower level and about 47,000 years for the upper level. Allow me to dive into another crucial site of Cheongpade, where the unearthing of 5 human fossils across distinct levels. In the earliest stratum, nestled within the lower level, lies a fragment of maxilla. This maxilla, noteworthy for its substantial dimensions, bear both weight and thickness, accompanied by prominently tall maxillary sinus and relatively textured palatal surface. Retaining the first premolar and first molar, these teeth exhibit expansive crowns, both in size and surface area, while their roots extend broadly and deeply. Venturing to the upper level, one fossil stands out, comprising a mandible and occipital and an ulna. Notably, the mandible presents somewhat subdued chin, a remarkably wide ramus and mandibular body distinguished by considerable thickness. Relative its height. In terms of dating, the lower level paints a picture of era some 60 to 70,000 years ago, while the upper levels is about 19,000 years before present. Let's delve deeper into the late Pleistocene sites, recognizing that the absence of dating data and imagery presents a challenge in unraveling their mysteries. Beginning with Jungli Cave, and others Parda bone and mandible garnered attention. I'm sorry for bad images. Lengthy and notable thick skull hints at primitive attributes, yet an element of advance is suggested by protruding parietal bone. The mandible, sizable and weighty, exhibits a modest development of the chin. The side stage is inferred to fall within the early late Pleistocene. Venturing into renowned sites, the Mandali Cave, a male human fossil aged about 30 years, takes the spotlight. Characterized by distinctive dolichocranic feature, simple suture lines, and specimen's mandible commands attention, its impressive thickness and a diminutive gonier angle. In contrast, a high rounded skull, a relatively elevated and straight forehead, and a substantial brain volume assuring modern characteristics. Mandali Cave stage is attributed to final phase of the late Pleistocene. Turning to Lyeongnam Cave, which underwent exploration in the 1990s, but recent reports and analysis spotlight a mandible belonging to an adult, notable for its imposing size and softly projecting chin. The side stage is proposed to correspond with the late period of the late Pleistocene. In 2020, the Gangdong Rimgyeong Cave underwent recent investigation, leading to the recovery of 6 fragments of female skull along with a single tooth. Both believed to belong to a woman in her 30s. However, detailed reports on these discoveries have not yet been released, so only electron magnetic resonance methods indicate an approximate age of 23,000 years for these specimens. Also, there are Pungok Cave and Gumpyeong Cave and Daeun Cave, but there is no much information and images. So I just show these caves also. In North Korea, extensive efforts in ongoing research have led to unearthing of normal human fossils. However, the precise morphological categorization of these fossils remains elusive due to restricted access to data and dearth of comparative studies with international counterparts. North Korea has charted its unique path in research methodologies and theories, influenced by distinct political and social attributes. The interpretation of human fossils often intertwines with endeavors to unveil ethnic identity and origin. Notably, a shift has been discerned as North Korea displays sign of increased openness, evident through the publication and referencing of research findings in international journals. This emerging trend is exemplified by instances such as aforementioned Cheongpare Cave and Ryonggo Cave. In southern counterparts, the landscape offers a contrast. While the discovery of human fossils as primary data remains comparatively limited. Also, the shortage of specialized researchers further complicates the field. This limitation, however, is complemented by active engagement in archaeological pursuits, primarily involving lithic investigations, thus contributing to multifaceted approach to research. In conclusion, let's briefly explore the prospective trajectory for Paleolithic human fossil research on the Korean Peninsula. Firstly, an imperative lies in the accumulation of primary data, accompanied by an emphasis on comprehensive comparative studies. This foundation will enable a more robust understanding of these ancient remains. Secondly, an urgent need is apparent for the acquisition of more reliable dating data. This pursuit aims to confront the persistent challenge of dating uncertainties, a limitation that has been highlighted in the course of this research endeavor. Moreover, a critical shift beckons, one that steers us away from the potential biases arising from national circumstances and propel us towards a scientific standpoint akin to DNA analysis. This evolution in interpretation is paramount to foster objectivity and precision in our understanding. Finally, the Paleolithic human fossils discovered on the Korean Peninsula, hitherto underexplored within academic circles, stand poised as vital keystones. Their significance lies in their capacity to invigorate fresh dialogues and fueling the examination and validation of spectrum of existing hypotheses. These artifacts harbor the potential to unveil intricate insights into the origins and migration of modern humans within the context of Northeast Asia. In closing, I extend my gratitude for your attentive presence and engagement. Your participation in this course served to illuminate the path towards enhanced comprehension and knowledge in the realm of Paleolithic human fossils research in Asia. Thank you.
네, 지금까지 경기
Thank you very much. So we had a presentation from Hyunjin Kim, a curator from the Shillong Museum of Gyeonggi Cultural Foundation. So is there anyone who has a question to the presenter from the floor? So currently we are live stream this session. So if you can leave your comments, we can have a discussion session later. So if there's no question from the floor, or is there any? Okay, then we'd like to conclude the first presentation. Thank you very much, Hyunjin Kim.
Next, we have Key Laboratory of Vertebrate Evolution and Human Origins, Dr. Kyo Fui and Yi-Chen Liu, and they will going to discuss about using ancient DNA to reconstruct the population history of East Asians.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here to present some findings from ancient DNA research. My name is Liu Yichen. I'm from Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology, and I'm present here on the behalf of Dr. Fu Qiaomei, me, and Tianyi and Xiaowei. Thank you. So the first I would like to discuss a little bit about is the rapid increase of ancient DNA data. And this cannot happen without without the advancement of the ancient DNA techniques. So these are the list of all the milestones in the ancient DNA techniques in the past decade, but I'm not going to go through all the details. There are two very major techniques that contribute to the ancient DNA field I'd like to introduce today. The first one is the next generation sequencing technique. This is a technique to enable us to read millions and billions of DNA sequence in a very short amount of time. Therefore, we can now generate genomic-wide data on a very short time period. And the other technique I like to highlight here is the capture technique. Because when we're dealing with ancient DNA, we are actually dealing with a small amount of real ancient DNA with a lot of contamination. So what we really need is to fish out those real signal out of an ocean of contaminant, which are the environmental DNA. And this technique enables us to obtain authentic DNA from even poorly preserved samples. So as a result, we can see the number of ancient genomes increased rapidly in the last decade and almost fits an exponential curve. And also, this map is not very clear. This is a world map. So, and these are all the ancient data distributed all over the world. So what we can see is actually in East Asia, we accumulate quite some data in the recent about 5 years. And if we zoom in, so we can see these are the distribution of the ancient DNA data from our lab. So basically, we are covering basically the south and the northeastern East Asians, and also the northern and the southern East Asians. And here, this is the typical southern and coastal East Asians, as well as the plateau East Asian and the northwestern East Asians. Well, we see that the geographical coverage of these samples are pretty good. We are actually lack of samples that older than 10,000 years old. So most of those data are like younger than 10,000 years old. But we still get something. We can learn from this data. So what I'm going to introduce today there are three aspects of my presentation. The first part is the archaic DNA from sediments. And then I'd like to discuss a little bit about early ancient East Asians. And also I'd like to explore some population dynamics of past East Asians. So first, the archaic DNA from here. So you can see it's actually from sediments. So that's an answer to one of my questions I'd like to introduce. But before we go to that, so Denisovan is a very, to the ancient DNA field is a very unique archaic because it's the only archaic that has been identified using DNA evidence. And because at the very beginning, we only got a small chunk of finger bones of the Denisovan. And we cannot morphologically identify it to determine if it's from a known human or unknown human. But then when we were able to obtain some DNA evidence from this small finger, then we can know it's actually from an unknown archaic and has been named Denisovan. And until now, all the Denisovan DNA evidence is from the Denisovan cave. So we are wondering, is there any other DNA? Is it possible to get other DNA evidence from Denisovans other than the Denisovan cave? Have those ancient archaics distribute like in a wider range of a region? So I think the most important thing is to find a way to obtain the DNA from these ancient archaics. So before I go to Denisovans, I'd like to introduce a little bit about ancient DNA. And here, so there's like three major characteristics of ancient DNA. They are very degraded, and also we see very small fragments of the ancient DNA, and they are mixed with a lot of contaminants. So here is a schematic figure to show what we got from ancient samples. So as you can see, the green lines, they represent the modern microbial DNA. And there are also those red ones, they are DNA from present-day human. And in the end, finally, we can have a small amount of degraded ancient DNA, and that's what we need. So when we deal with ancient samples, we need to be very careful. So here is like how we normally do our sampling work. So we have hats on, we have double layers of gloves, and we wear suits and masks to prove our DNA being introduced to the samples and later maybe bias our result. And also, we mostly work on the petrosal bones, which is a very dense bone on the back of your ear. And this bone has been shown to preserve DNA very well. And we also work on teeth and also bone fragments. But these are all like routine material for ancient DNA research. But for the Denisovan, we have very limited fossil record. So what we are trying here is actually to obtain DNA not from fossils, but actually directly from the sediments. So the assumption is that because that ancient human being lived there, and there can be like small bone fragments of them being buried underneath. So if we can get those sediments contain the past human like small fragments of their bones or even some just their DNA, we might be able to retrieve these molecules from the sediments. And to do that, what we did is we used a probe set that targeting 242 metal DNA, which is a small circular DNA molecule in everybody's cells. And these probes are like we are fishing, so it can combine to the target DNA sequences, and then we can get our target out of an ocean of contaminants. So what do we see in the, so this is a sample, we did a sampling and also the lab work from the cave called Baixia cave. It's in the Tibetan plateau in China. So what do we actually see? That's quite some ancient DNA from those sediments. And the majority of them are human DNA, but we don't know what kind of human they are from. And also we can see other like animal DNA as well, like hyena DNA. So then we have a closer look at those human DNA. We can see they are actually, no matter all the DNA fragments, which means like all the human DNA fragments, and also deaminated fragments, which means that DNA fragments that carry the typical damage we see in ancient DNA, which are, to us, is like a more authentic DNA fragments. So both results suggest they're not a modern human, they're not a Neanderthal, they're Denisovan. And if we compared this DNA to the DNA obtained from the Denisovan cave, we can see the DNA from all different layers. So different layers, that means that those DNA are from the Denisovan from different time period. So what we see here is all these Denisovan DNA are clustered with a younger clade of Denisovan. And they are quite far away from an older clade of Denisovan. Which means despite they're so far away from each other, the two caves are quite far away, and the latitude is also quite different, 700 to 300,000 to 200 meters high. They are all both distributed in the Denisovan clade. And the Denisovan here we found in China, actually they might contribute to the adaptation to a highland environment in the Tibetans. So then I'd like to discuss a little bit about the early ancient East Asians in China mostly. So this is the Tianyuan cave. So this is a figure of the cave, and it's located in the Zhoukou-dian, Beijing. And from this cave, there was a skeleton that's very well preserved skeleton. And this is the oldest individual in China that we have DNA evidence. And what can we learn from the genetics of this individual? So from this is just the tree-like shape to show the genetic relationships of quite some early East Eurasians and the Tianyuan individual, and also the present-day East Asian and Native Americans. So what we see here is Tianyuan actually is from a very ancient lineage that related to the present day East Asian and also related to the present day Native Americans. But what's interesting that while they are connected to those populations, they are not directly genetically contribute to present day populations. So this is kind of a lost population in the past. So what this tells us is that during the past 40,000 years, there might be many different populations that lived in East Asia, and we still know very little about them because some of them may not represented in present-day population. Actually, so in a follow-up study, we actually see that Tianyuan distributed widespreadly in the northern East Asia before the last glacial maximum. And this population also we see some adaptation of this population to the cold environment. But I'm not going to go to the details of this study because Shi will introduce it in more detail later. So then I'd like to discuss a bit about the population dynamics of past East Asians. So again, this is actually a map that shows the population dynamics in the Eurasia in the past 10,000 years. And so the East Asia is quite unique compared to the rest of the world. So firstly, we actually see a very long time genetic continuity in East Asians. This is quite different from if we compare to the Europeans, where they got a genetic turnover after the spread of farmers. And also, we see a very dynamic interactions, both internal interactions, and also interactions with other populations in East Asians. So the population history of East Asians is quite dynamic and complex. And I won't have time to introduce all of them, so I will. So I select 3 different populations to give you guys some idea about how these Asians interact in the past. So first, I'd like to introduce the northern and southern East Asians. So here you can see the sample they distribute in the northern China, and also if we draw a line using Qinling and Huaihe, we can see those are the southern individuals. And these individuals are about 9.5 thousand years old to about a couple hundred years old. So the temporal and the geographical coverage is pretty good. So when we look at the genetics of these individuals, we can see at a very early stage, which is like 9 to 7 kbp, the northern and the southern East Asians are quite different. So the color of each square refers how the greener the color, then the genetics of these populations are more close to the northern East Asian. And the bluer the color shows they are more genetically connected to the southern East Asian. So we can see a clear differentiation between the northern and the southern East Asians at an early period. But then this differentiation gets weaker and weaker. And now in the present day, we can still see some difference between the northern and northern and southern East Asians, but they are more like a gradient rather than a differentiation. This means during the past 10,000 years, actually the northern and southern East Asians interact dynamically, and what we actually see is that the northern East Asian affects southern East Asia a little bit more compared to the northern East Asians. So this is the inland populations. Then we move to the southern part of China. So here is show the Guangxi and the Fujian province, which are very southern and coastal regions in China. So what do we see? There's a very distinct ancient East Asian ancestry about 11,000 years ago. And this is, again, like Tianyuan, that is present at that time, but not directly contributed to present-day populations. And also, there are at least 3 different ancestries in the southern East China and East Asian during this time. And then over time, we can also see those Southeast Asians. They actually interact with Southeast Asians. So these are Southeast Asian and Southeast Asian. So this is very interesting because previously we thought that the Southeast Asian hunter-gatherers were actually got replaced by Southeast Asian farmers. But turns out, as we see from the genetically, they are not one replaced by the other, but more like a bi-directional interaction. Then lastly, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Xinjiang population. So this Xinjiang is in the northwestern China, and it's a very unique geographical region because it's actually at the junction of Asia and Europe, and it also has been a trading route for many thousand years. And what we see from the genetics is actually they are very dynamic populations. So during the early Bronze Age, you can see the Xinjiang population, they showed their ancestries, including the local Tarim Basin populations, and also the Afghanistan populations, and the Northeast Asian populations, and the steppe populations. So they already show a very mixed ancestry. But over time, during late Bronze Age Xinjiang, we see an influx of steppe populations, and as well as the East Asian ancestry in this region, which means those two populations might move to Xinjiang and add mixed with the local population. And then later, during Iron Age and the historical era, we see more influence from East and Central Asia. And overall, we see a gradient from East to West of the East Asian ancestry. But despite such dynamic population interactions, we still see an overall genetic continuity, which means that local population, they're still there. They just very dynamically and very openly to interact with the other populations rather than being replaced. That's very amazing because this mostly observed in the relatively isolated populations rather than such a population with dynamic interaction. And then we also look at the phenotypes of these past East Asians. So here is one individual from Xinjiang. This is a very well-preserved individual, and we call her Xiaohe Princess. And despite the well-preservation, we still have trouble to see the colors of her hair and skin and eyes. But using genetic data, we can use a set of markers to identify this color, to infer the color of their hair and the skin and eyes and other traits. So what we did is we used this set of markers and we try to see how their phenotypic traits change over time. So here, the different square shows the different time period. So from the Bronze Age to Middle Bronze Age to Iron Age and the historical time. So basically, we see a very similar trend to what I discussed before. So during for example, during the Iron Age, we see an increase of light color of hair and skin and eyes, which is coincide with the influx of Western and steppe populations. And during the historical period, we see an increase of darker skin and eye and hair color, which coincide with the influx and influence from East Asians. So that's actually very interesting to see how these past population dynamics can have an impact on not only the genetics of those populations, but also the phenotypic traits. So also our lab are also working on many other ancient molecular evidence at that time. So the ancient DNA is what we work on mostly, but now we are also trying to obtain the microbial data from ancient samples like dental calculus. So it's like a plaque in the teeth, but it can be preserved over a very long time, which we can use it to infer the diets and behavior and also the pathogen and disease in the past. And because ancient DNA are mostly well preserved within like 10,000 years ago, so we can do like you can do like older sample, but it's normally very dependent on the preservation of samples. But the protein, on the other hand, they can be retrieved from samples as old as like millions of years. So what we are doing now is we try to look at the protein of very old samples, especially the old archaics, to see how they connected to other populations. And we are also trying to use sediments DNA and introduce a bit before. So this is how we get rid of the fossils. So we can actually, we don't need fossils directly. We can use just soil to get DNA from ancient populations. And also we are interested in animals to see how those animals migrate and evolve during the past environmental changes and how animals were domesticated during the past time. And we are very keen to collaborate if you have samples and you would like to do some ancient DNA research. And please feel free to contact us through the email or talk to me directly. Thank you for listening.
네, 류 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Liu. Thank you for your presentation about using ancient DNA to reconstruct the population history of East Asian. And you have explained us about the dynamic of population, and it was very good information. And if any of you have any questions to Dr. Liu, please feel free to ask. I have asked the Zoom participants if they have any question, but I haven't heard any answer. Thank you so much.
So this is the last presentation for the first part of the session 4. So we'd like to invite Qiao Xiu from the Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology from the Chinese Academy of Science. So we'd like to hear the presentation about the genetic history and adaptive gene evolution of populations in the northern East Asia from the late Pleistocene to the Holocene.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Qiao Shiyu, a PhD student from Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology of Chinese Academy of Sciences. I'm so glad to talk here about the genetic history and adaptive gene evolution of populations in northern East Asia from the late Pleistocene to the Holocene. To begin with, I'll give you some background information, and maybe you are familiar with last glacial maximum, short for LGM, which was dated back as far as 26.5 to 19,000 years ago, which was the most recent period of extreme to present. So the huge climate changes were causing the great changes in population dynamics. For example, in Europe, the warming climate at the end of LGM was followed by considerable changes in population structure and phenotypes, such as the blue eye color and white skin were appearing after the LGM in Europeans. So then we wondered, what about the East Asian populations changes before and after the LGM? To figure out the genetic patterns of northern East Asians, we collected 25 samples from Amur River Basin in East Asia. According to the carbon dating data, the oldest sample was dated to 33,000 years ago, which we call AR33K. And the youngest one was dated to 3.4 thousand years ago. So with these samples, after collecting them from archaeological sites, we geoed bone powders in our Asian DNA lab in the clean rooms to prevent from contamination. And with the powders we got, we carried out the molecular experiments, including DNA extraction, mitochondrial DNA, and nuclear genome capture, etc. And then we go to a next generation sequencing platform for high throughput sequencing. And once we got the sequence data, we need to process the raw data and evaluate the quality of the data we got. For example, we need to know how much endogenous DNA in the samples, and are these samples contaminated seriously? So after determining all these things, we can go to genomic analysis. Then I will talk about what we have known from these samples from the Amur River region. For the oldest one, as I mentioned, AR33K. In this figure, the higher value means the more affinity to AR33K. So here we show the samples dated to 10,000 years ago, older than 10,000 years ago. But actually, we have compared with thousands of data in our dataset. So after analysis, we find AR33K clustered with Tianyuanman. And maybe you have known about Tianyuanman. It was the genome of Tianyuan was published in 2017. It was excavated from Beijing in China and dated to 40,000 years ago. Meanwhile, we find this Tianyuan-related ancestry in the Mongolia individual dated to 34,000 years ago, and the individual called Sakit. So this means the Tianyuan-related ancestry were really widespread at that time in northern East Asia, right? From 40,000 years ago to 33,000 years ago, and from Beijing to Amur River region, even to Mongolia. And the second individual was dated to 19,000 years before present. We called AR19K. And from previous Asian DNA researches in East Asians, we found that we figured out Northern East Asian ancestry and also the Southern East Asian ancestry. And surprisingly, ancient Northern East Asian ancestry can be found in AR19K. This means AR19K may be the earliest coastal Northern East Asians so far. So, and then we go to the story after 14,000 years ago. Previous studies showed that genetic continuity from the around 8,000 years to present day, the populations shows the genetic continuity in the Amur River region, which was supported by the populations from Devil's Gate Cave, also from the Amur River region. So in our study, we surprisingly find that actually AR14K population and the populations dated to 13 to 10,000 years ago was also clustered with later Amur River region populations, even with the present-day populations. So this means the continuity in populations from Amur River region started from at least 14,000 years ago. So this means 6,000 years ahead of the original record. Another concern in this region in Asian DNA data is we have researchers have been thinking about the origin of East Asian component of the most relevant populations in North Asians and Native Americans. But it has been a long time searching for this component. And in our research, after comparing with published data and modeling the ancestries, we found AR14K actually is more consistent with the origin of the East Asian ancestry mixed in with the Paleo-Siberian populations, and the most relevant populations to Native Americans outside the Americas. So this provides evidence to discuss about how the Native Americans came. So that's all about the genetic patterns of Northern East Asians. So then I will talk a little bit about the adaptive genes research. Actually, I mainly talk about EDAR V3708, this variant. And to make myself clear, I will just call EDAR in my later talk. So there are two main hypotheses about this EDAR variant. When this variant appeared in East Asians, because this variant is really has a high frequency in East Asians. The first hypothesis is this variant was selected to increase vitamin D in breast milk in the low UV environment around the cold environment, around 20,000 years ago. And the second hypothesis was about the variant was selected to modulate the thermoregulatory sweating during a warm and humid climate around 30,000 years ago, actually before the LGM. So the analysis of Asian DNA data over the long time spans is a good way to determine when this variation occurred. So we did this statistical analysis of our Asian DNA from 40,000 years to present day to determine the period of this variation. And in this figure, we can see that the variation actually appeared around 20,000 years ago. So this EDAR V3708 variant appeared in East Asians at least from the end of the LGM. And this means this variant was more likely to be related to the selection for low UV environments. And so in conclusions, for the genetic patterns in Northern East Asia, actually in Amur River region, AR33K individual was clustered with Tianyuan man dated to 40,000 years ago, and AR19K was the earliest Northern East Asian ancestry. And since the AR14K, after the 14,000 years in Amur River region, we can see the continuity in Amur River region. And as for the EDAR V3708, appeared at least from the end of the LGM. And what I have talked about was actually have published in Cell, and I was one of the main authors of this paper. And so last, I would like to thank Professor Zhang Hucai from Yunnan University for collaborating and providing samples. And also thanks for Dr. Fu Qiaomei and Mao Xiaowei for their guidance and help during this project. And last but not least, thank all the members of LVPP Paleomolecular Lab, especially for the one lab work. They really did a lot of good job. And that's all from me. Thanks for listening.
So we just heard a presentation from the Zhao Xiao about the DNA research, especially for the genetic change before and after LGM. It was really informative and interesting presentations. So if you have any questions or comments from the floor to presenter Zhao Xiao. Okay, great. We also have line participants, so we will gather all the questions at the end of this session 4. Then we can have further discussions at the end of these sessions. Thank you very much. So we had a little technical glitch when we began the session 4. However, the presenters only made their presentation just in time, so we can have a coffee break at 4 p.m. as planned. So we're gonna have a short break about 10 minutes. And then we'll start with the online presentation for the second part of the 4th session. So please enjoy your break.
자, 우리 세션 4 두 번.
We were going to start the second part of the session 4. As we have already noticed, the last speaker, Sofwan Norwidi, we're going to give a speech now, and Amelie Violette, we're going to give a speech at the last. So there are some order changes. Amelie, do you understand?
Everyone, I'm very pleased to be with you and to see all on the screen. So we will start, Sejin. We can start with Sofwan's presentation.
Yes.
Okay. So Sofwan, the floor is yours. You have to share your screen.
Yes,
Yeah,
please. Yes.
it's okay. It works.
Everyone, can you hear my voice clearly? So,
Just a minute.
good afternoon.
Yeah.
My name is
It's
Sofwan Widi. Yeah. Is it work?
Yes, it
Amelie?
works. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Sofwan from Research Center for Archaeometry, the National Research and Innovation Agency Indonesia. I would like to give you some information about Homo sapiens in Southeast Asia, about their emergence and distribution. But firstly, thank you so much for Dr. Kong and the organizer who already invited me in this international symposium of the ASEAN Paleolithic Association. So if we speak about archipelago, we will face with some environmental condition. The first is tectonic plate. We know there is two main tectonic plate: the Eurasian plate, which by Indo-Australia plate, and this tectonic plate produce many volcanism activities in this island. And during the Quaternary period, there is a static sea level, which is also have an impact on the connection and the disconnection of the between island in the Sundaland and the Sahul. Yeah, and the main firstly we notice the variability of the population in this area. It's Alfred Russel Wallace in this note. In this journey in this island, he notes several population, Proto-Malay and Deutero-Malay, who inhabit mostly in the western part of this archipelago. Proto-Malay inhabit in the hinterland, and the Deutero-Malay along the coastal line. And the other populations, Papua, mainly they occupy the eastern part of this archipelago. And between Sundaland and Sahuland, there is Wallacean zone, occupied by intermixing between both population. And how the modern human distribute in all of the world, we already know there is mitochondrial genetic hypothesis, which support by the finding of earliest anatomically modern human fossil in the East Africa. And but recently, it's also there is an interrogation from the archaic population to the modern population based on previous session. We know there is some Denishovan, also Neanderthal genetic drift to the modern population. And I would like to focus on the red zone of around the early of late Pleistocene, which is hypothesized as the initial time of early anatomically modern human in island Southeast Asia, because at the time there is a very big environmental changes, sea level drop to the maximum, and produce a land bridge between the archipelago to the mainland. And during the time there is several human groups uh, found Homo sapiensis in Java, also Homo wajakensis, which is assigned as the full Homo sapiens in the East Java also, around 39,000 years ago. And there is endemic group in the eastern part of Indonesia, in Flores, and also probably maybe we'll speak about the Luzonensis in the north of Polynesian zone. I would like to go back to the first discovery between around the late history. Night discovered by Dubois and found at the time the several fossil holotype of Pithecanthropus, or known as Homo erectus. But based on recent analysis or study by Ruff and his colleague, there is the femur of Trinluans close to the late Pleistocene population, for example, Zugodian upper cave. But the other femur 2, 5, and etc., close to Kresna from Sangiran and the other early hominin from China. And Sangiran, geological formation spread from the late Pliocene to the late of Middle Pleistocene, and the traces of early human culture in here we found around 1.2 in Dayu, and also 0.9, which is correlated 0.9 million years ago, which correlated with the Achillean tradition from the Eurasia. And this is last study by me several years ago. Based on the dental perspective, there is several human hominin group found in this region. And the most important is there is traces of wajah character which already found in the Middle Pleistocene hominidid. For example, we found in Ngebung, Padas, and in Pucung. And the other site is Ngandong, found by Terhar during 30s, also excavated by Terhar and Open North and Kuning Kras also. They found around 12 calvaria and several postcranial. And the most interesting is the taxonomical position of the Ngandong or Homo cholensis found in this site is very problematic. And for example, based on a recent study by Zaitun, by cladistic analysis on the cranial aspect, Homo cholensis close to Homo rhodesiensis and in the close branch to Homo sapiens, but far from Homo ergaster, and the other Homo erectus. In the late Pleistocene to Holocene, many paleoanthropological sites already found in this area, in this archipelago, and how they occupy this region. Probably the early anatomical modern human already occupy in this area during the early of late Pleistocene. For example, there is several teeth from Punong, Lidah Air, and Wajak. And then in the terminal Pleistocene to the early Holocene, there is occupation by the Australo-Melanesian population, who recently dominate in the eastern part of this archipelago. And during after the 4,000 BP, there is an occupation by Austronesian language speaker correlated with Malay people the recent times. And how the migration pattern in the late Pleistocene, there is several hypotheses suggested by several scholars. For example, Sondar proposed there is a northern route. Human follow the animal migration from the eastern mainland Asia. And then Morwood also proposed the northern route of Sundaland. And then the classical one is proposed by Bersel. There is two route proposed by Bersel from the middle of the Sundaland, through the Sulawesi and Molucas to the Papua, and the other through the Lesser Sunda to the Australia. And this is the imagination how human live life in the early Holocene. They occupy shell midden along the coastline, and also they occupied several caves, for example, in Kambua, etc. And we found several cultural diversity during the early Holocene. There is Swabinian culture dominate in the peninsula, northern part of Sumatra, also western part of Borneo. The other, we found obsidian flake blade culture in southern part of Sumatra and western part of Java. Flakes and blade bones in the industry in East Java. Maros industry in Sulawesi characterized by serrated point, very specific in this area. But in the eastern part of Indonesia, dominated by shell tools. For example, shell edge already developed in the late Pleistocene in this area. How they bury their body in this period during the early to the mid Holocene, mainly they buried in flex position with some variation. For example, it's sit position, and mixed sometimes with cremation and mutilation burial. Many sites we found which produce this kind of burial position. And I would like to speak about this Gunung Sewu because it's very important. It's excavated during 90s with French Indonesian teams, and they found three archaeological layer from the middle Pleistocene to the late Pleistocene. There is Terus layer in the bottom part, and the Tabuhan layer in the late Pleistocene, and then Keplek period in the Holocene. And the most important is they found two deciduous human teeth, ST04, probably date back to 90,000 years ago, related with the Tabuhan archaeological layer. But the other teeth is ST06, probably older than 80,000 years ago. And between them there is a thick volcanic layer, which is correlated to the big volcanic activity in this area. And this is the summary of our result. Based on morphology, morphometric, and also geometric morphometric, we conclude the ST04 close to Homo sapiens group, but ST06 close to early hominin. Probably this finding is could open the hypothesis how the shifting between Homo sapiens to Homo erectus to Homo sapiens in this archipelago. The other side is Gua Harimau in South Sumatra. Two kind of burial tradition, flex burial and extended burial from different time. And this is the cluster analysis on the cranial aspect. The most interesting is Gua Harimau from early life in this part is very close to Australo-Papuan group, also Zugodian upper layer, and Konkongua, also Jomong. But the other Gua Harimau from upper layer in extended burial position is close to Austronesian and their East Asian cousins. And how and Neolithic migrate to Neolithic culture migrate in this archipelago. There is two kind of route proposed by Simanjuntak. The northern route correspond to Austronesian people, but the other western route probably correspond to the Austroasiatic speaking people. And this is the imagination how they live in the late Holocene during after the Neolithic period. And this is the burial tradition developed in the Neolithic period after 3,500 years old. Many extended burial we found in, for example, in Java, in Borneo, Lasar Sunda, and also Sumatra. But after 2,000 years ago, in the early of century, in the Paleometallic period, after the development of maritime network, the tradition of burial is very diverse. They buried many kind in jar burial, stone chamber, stone slab, sarcophagus, dolmen, very specific. For example, in Sulawesi we found Kalamba and Waruga, and many things. And based on the burial gift we found in this many diverse kind of the burial tradition, we know there is a maritime network during this period. I think that's all of my talk. Thank you so much for your attention, and kamsahamnida. Thank you so much.
Is there any question? Because I guess that Sofwan will leave before the end of the session. So if you have any question for him, maybe we can do it now. We cannot wait for the final discussion. Thank you very much. It was a very good state of art. With the Sancterus deciduous teeth, which are key fossils to follow the link or the emergence of Homo sapiens and the late Homo erectus in Java.
Yeah,
it will be
there is important, and we would like to know maybe the future how the mechanism of these changes, because we found between them there is a thick volcanic activity. We would like to know what happened during this period between of them.
And which kind of sediment is it? I mean, below and above the ashes layer?
Yes,
Are they alluvial?
Rough, yeah. Yeah, I think it's a bit like alluvial. Maybe Xavier know more about the sediment because he's study for his PhD in here about the.
Okay, yeah, maybe because it will be interesting. Maybe in the discussion, I'm wondering if it is possible, for example, to do DNA on sediment in such context. You know.
Yeah, it's very interesting to do that. It's challenging.
So maybe we will ask to our colleagues today. Okay, Sujin, is there any question from the audience? No, it's okay. We can continue.
혹시 질문 있으실까요?
Do you have any question? If not, let's move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Amelie. Thank you.
Thank you, Safwan. So next speaker is Xavier Gallet and collaborators. So bonjour, Xavier. Thank you
Hello,
for being with
everyone.
us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, for me it's okay.
Okay. I hope it's the same in room as well. Okay, then I will try to share my screen. Yeah. Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay,
maybe
then.
Full screen. Try full screen.
Yeah, I try to do it. Okay.
Okay, that's perfect for me. Thank you, Xavier.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Xavier Gallet, quaternary geologist at Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle Paris, and co-director with my colleague Ian Reyes of the Franco-Philippine Archaeological Mission in Kalinga, Philippines. First, I want to thank the committee organization for inviting us to give a talk which will be about raw material procurement and mapping strategies for the ton tool from the 709 kiloyear butchery site of Kalinga, Philippines. Our knowledge of the lower Paleolithic of island Southeast Asia is, of course, limited to less than a handful of archaeological sites with clear stratigraphic context. The 1 million year old Matamenge site on Flores Island, the about 800,000 year old Gebung 2 site on Java Island, of course the 709 kiloyear site of Kalinga on Luzon, and the 180 kiloyear site of Talepu on Sulawesi. This lack of data results into an unknown diversity of the lithic production, for which most of the hypotheses are mainly built on surface collection, leading to several preconceived ideas on limited grounds, and to a poor periodization of cultural evolution. Yet, this period and this area are crucial as they represent the earliest colonization of island by hominins worldwide. In this context, any description of a Southeast Asia lithic assemblage recovered in clear stratigraphy context is valuable. The Paleolithic value of the Cagayan Valley, which you can see on the left part of the slide, is known since 1936, and the report made by two school teachers to Lawrence Wilson, which you have here, who was a mining prospector, and to the anthropologist Henry Otley Bayer. In a preliminary report made in 1958, the well-known paleontologist Ralph von Koenigswald described what he named the Cabalwanian industry, based on 4 to 5 unifascial and bifascial pebble tools recovered near the property of Espinosa Ranch. And this surface finding, made in 1953, led by the National Museum of the Philippines, which conduced more intensive exploration in the area around the 1970s. These surveys, supervised by Robert Fox here, and Jesus Peralta, collected surface stone artifacts from more than 60 spots, leading to the excavation of 3 of them in 1971, Espinosa location 1, location 4, and Madrigal location 12. Further survey and excavation were conducted later on by Angel Bautista from the National Museum of the Philippines and John DeVos, naturalist Leiden in 2001, and our late colleague Clyde Jagoon, also from National Museum of the Philippines in 2007. So the site of Kalinga is located at the southern tip of the Cabalwan anticline over there, and stratigraphically the site layers belong to what is called Awidon Mesa Formation, which is this Pleistocene sequence of alluvial stream deposits intercalated with volcanoclastic and pyroclastic deposits. The upper part of this formation has since encountered several periods of erosion, which have shaped the present-day landscape, where the formation outcrops into rolling hills. Nowadays, the old alluvial deposits of this formation are now accessible through the surface of the slopes of the small hill, where within or on the surface of which some prehistoric stone artifacts and fossil bones can be discovered. Several survey and 5 excavations have been conducted, as I said, since the 1970s. The site of Kalinga is the latest one and is yearly excavated since 2014. So in Kalinga, there will be 3 excavation areas, one on the southern and one on the southern slope of a small micro valley, which allow us to define a synthetic stratigraphy of the site, which you can see on the left part of the slide. So from bottom to top, there is 5 stratigraphical units. The lowermost one, unit A, is a medium sand indurated fluvial layer, which was dated by our colleague by electrospin resonance to 727,000 years old. Above this one is, in fact, the richest, the unit F, where several fossils were recovered, and most notably, an almost complete disarticulated carcass of Neorinus philippinensis. And the site, the rhino, was dated from a premolar by uranium, thorium, and ESR method to 709,000 years old. And this unit also delivered stone artifacts associated with bones. Then above we have unit J with a very thick cross-bedded sandy fluvial layer, which gave a concordant date of 700,000 years old, also dated by ESR and quartz. And on the top we have a unit J, which was a paleosoil. And from the excavation on the northern slope, we also discover unit F, G, and H, of course, but also a new one at the top of H, which is unit Y, and which is the youngest one of the site. It's a cross-bedded medium sand, made mostly from dacitic material. This unit is yet undated, but delivered some stone artifacts associated with few fragments of very damaged bone, witnessing fluvial transport and alteration by acidity of the sun. But unlike unit F, the archaeological material from this unit are most probably alloctonous, and we cannot exclude they might be of different ages. As we can see on this slide, which is the humerus of the rhino, we came from unit F. Several cut marks have been identified associated with the stone tool, as I said earlier, and the archaeological material recovered within this unit represents then a snapshot of hominins butchery of a very large game, more than 700,000 years ago. A total of 54 lithic artifacts, mostly nabbed from metaquartzite and orthoquartzite, have been recovered since the excavation, the beginning of the excavation in Kalinga in 2014. The assemblage is made of 11 potentially active hammerstones, some of which might have been used for smashing the rhino bones, 7 core, and 36 flake and fragmented flake, which suggests that tool production could have occurred at or nearby the rhinoceros site. Flake and fragmented flake are the main debitage recovered at the site, both in layer F and layer Y. The 54 artifacts were analyzed with a classical study of length, width, thickness, as is usual. Most notably, the carination index on the right part of the slide show a great diversity in unit F, which they appear more homogeneous in unit Y. So debitage is the main category of artifacts within each of the two archaeological layers. In unit F, they account for around 57% of the assemblage, and all the flakes more or less have the medium dimension of 30 millimeters. In layer Y, the flakes account for more than 90% and are less smaller with a medium dimension around 15 millimeters. They may have been potentiated by products of retouching activity. The reduction sequence was generally short, although some core may have been fully exhausted whenever the raw material quality was favorable for nabbing. Whenever debitage strategy could be identified, it appears that no technique was preferred, and centripetal, bifacial, multidirectional, multifacial, and unidirectional unifacial reduction method were equally used to produce flakes from the score. 7 core have been excavated from layer F with 2 to 12 observed removal, which indicate a small size of the produced flakes. 6 core out of 7 have shown sign of percussion using anvil techniques, which I will explain a little bit later. Only a single microquartzite core appears to have been worked by freehand percussion. And that one is the only one that was fully exhausted with trail removal. Only 1 core so far was recovered from layer Y, probably using bipolar knapping on anvil. And there were, as I said, 6 pebbles who were used as hammerstone with clear size of repeated percussion. And there might be 5 other smaller pebbles which could be considered as hammerstone as well. So far, in layer Y, no hammerstone has been identified. There is only 4 retouch flake in the assemblages, 3 in layer F and 1 in layer Y. It could be seen that the retouching in layer Y can be the result of several byproducts in this unit. And retouches are either located on this distal end or along the edges. So a chert, which can be either finely or coarsely crystallized, flint, igneous rocks, and quartzite with different intensity of lateritization compose the raw material of the Kalinga assemblage. However, there is a different strategy of selecting the raw material between layer F and Y. As you can see in layer F, there is some kind of same proportion of quartzite, sandstone, and flint, as in layer Y, it's mostly flint which has been used. So studies made during the last 20 years on several lower and early middle Pleistocene sites in Africa and Eurasia has shown that hominins have mostly collected the siliceous rocks they have napped and used, generally within local source area. So we expected that the Kalinga toolmaker should have, in fact, do the same. And we located a smaller terrace very near the site, named Cobble Terrace, and we acquired sample of pebble and cobble in this area. In fact, no blocks were found. So mostly all the rocks are quartzite or microquartzite. And as you can see, half of the geological sample from this terrace show different intensity of lateritization. So to better understand and describe the final product recovered with the rhino carcass, we attempted to characterize every step of the chain operatoire of the Kalinga butchery stone artifacts. So napping experiments were conducted with the raw material I described earlier, and the final goal of this experimentation was to replicate the Kalinga stone artifact using the same raw material and similar napping technique and reduction strategies, and also to compare them with the stone artifacts from the Rhino site and also from the surface finding from the 1970s, mostly made by the National Museum of the Philippines and Fox and Peralta teams. So some of the largest cobble with natural flat surface was used as anvil for the production of lithic flake, applying the bipolar technique. So they were used as passive hammerstone, receiving the force of active hammerstone that reflect the energy of the strike back into the core from which a flake is meant to be obtained. The other experiment was made with freehand percussion. So 2 anvils were selected, 16 active hammerstones made of quartzite were used, and the selection was divided into 8 hammerstones used in freehand percussion and 8 hammerstones used for bipolar and anvil percussion. So the dimension of the flake assemblage collected on the surface of the Kainvarian Valley in the 70s are all of them unimodal, which could be interpreted as a coherent lithic ensemble. So the raw material of this ancient Cagayan Valley surface assemblage is mostly composed of quartzite, and therefore equals the one found at the Kalinga site. The reduction strategy were the same between the two sites and present in equal proportion. However, the ancient Cagayan Valley assemblages show the presence of a few formal tools, such as denticulated and notched artifacts, which are absent in Kalinga. Also, the type of debitage and the type of flakes observed at Kalinga were statistically different from the one in the Cagayan Valley assemblage. Because of these dissimilarities, we cannot reasonably consider the Kalinga assemblage and the ancient Cagayan Valley ensemble as one single collection. The Cagayan Valley surface collection may represent again another time frame which differ from the Kalinga layer F and Y, and could be potentially mixed lithic artifacts contemporaneous of these two archaeological layers or other ones. It's also possible that the absence of any specific transform tool at Kalinga is directly linked to the butchering activity surrounding the rhino carcass. So the European and African Paleolithic have always been used as a reference and scale for the Paleolithic assemblages of Southeast Asia. Still, it is obvious that this model are hardly applicable in this part of the world. So the question whether the Cagayan Valley assemblages and of course the Kalinga site industry belong to Mode 1 or Mode 2, as defined by Clark, is at stake. So in the Philippines, the lower Paleolithic is presently composed of the Cabalwanian industry, which fits with Mode 1 concept. But on the other hand, the hand-axe cleaver and even the tool of Haribo 1, also in Uzo Island, could be attributed to Mode 2. The flake industry from the surface finding made in the Cagayan Valley with several retouched tools would also qualify as Mode 2. In the assemblages from the Cagayan Valley we studied, only flake tool has been observed, so challenging the validity of the so-called Cabalwanian industry. So the absence to date of any long cutting tool in the Cagayan Valley, and particularly in the Kalinga assemblages as well as the use of bipolar and anvil technique, would qualify the lithic production as representative of Mode 1. It is quite clear that at Kalinga and in the Cagayan Valley as a whole, Mode 1 or Mode 2 definition are neither satisfactory. However, the Kalinga site appears a good example of how environmental constraints led to the type of tool produced by fossil hominins, which points to their adaptability. In conclusion, Kalinga is one of the rare lower Paleolithic sites in Asia documenting a complete hominin behavior from stone artifact production to utilization, analyzed and understood in close relation to its local environment, and this makes it a most valuable early settlement site for this part of the world. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I have just short question about the size of the territory to find the raw material. Are the raw materials only local ones, or do they have to walk along to find some of them?
I won't spoil everything now. There is a student from University of the Philippines which is making actually his master degree on that topic. But it seems clear that some raw material could came from far, more or less several kilometers, tens of kilometers of Kalinga site. There were big changes in paleoenvironment due to tectonic and change of direction of the old rivers. So this is, in fact, the big question, especially for flint and that flint, chert and that kind of raw material to identify In fact, the original spots. But anyway, they are very small for that kind of categories. So it's still in progress.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Maybe there are other questions from the audience, Sujin, or online, our colleagues online.
네, 자 지금 필리핀 그 카린가
So, like we have just like received the presentation about the Philippine case. So, like we are actually making reinterpretation and reevaluation of the research since 2000, because we could discover stone tools around the carcass of your rhino. So it actually changed. It was a great milestone to change the concept and perspective of the Paleolithic period in that region. So it has a very poorly resourced area, but in order to overcome the challenge, they develop a lot of techniques. So we could learn that from the presentations. But is there any question from the floor? Maybe Professor Kim Chang-jun or the Professor Jo Tae-jun. Do you have any questions? No? Okay, then let's move on. So there's no question from the floor. We can invite the next speaker.
I have a short question to Xavier. If it is mode 1, it would have been the latest assemblages from such Oldowayan complex, isn't it?
It might be.
Yeah, okay.
As you know me very well, I'm a geologist. I'm not very good in lithics.
Okay, thank you very much, Xavier.
So I won't try to give to you and the audience bad answers. They are much more better colleagues for that.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Okay, so we will welcome to Armand Salvador Mijares or Mandy. Maybe, yeah. I can't see you, but maybe you will appear. Mandy, is it okay for you?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Go on.
Thank you. And good afternoon to the participants. And again, I'm also would like to give my thanks for the organizing committee to inviting me and my colleague Natwa for this presentation. So my paper is on the Homo lucenensis as the saga continues. So I guess I'll give first a short background on the Homo lucenensis discovery. The Homo lucenensis was discovered at Callao Cave. And Callao Cave is part of the western foot of the Sierra Madre, a palogene. It's a large, long karstic formations along this mountainous area. No? And in that karstic area, there's actually 150 caves identified so far, but only 11 has been excavated. And Callao Cave is one of them. Callao Cave is actually one of the largest karstic formation or chamber in the area. It's 7 chambers. No? Although the archaeology is focused more on the first chamber or antechamber, there's actually a church built in the second chamber, which becomes that's why it's also a tourist area. A lot of people go there to see the church and the caves. Okay. Callao Cave was first excavated by my colleague from National Museum in the late 70s to 80s. No? They focused primarily on the eastern side of the antechamber. My excavation, on the other hand, was focused more on the eastern side of the antechamber and on the southern part of the antechamber. I first dug Callao Cave in 2003 as part of my dissertation. At that time, we were able to identify already at least 2 major layers, the upper Neolithic at 3,300 BP and a lower Paleolithic level at 26,000 BP. The 26,000 BP layer actually is composed of burned ceramic bones, chert flakes, possible Morosea phytoliths, Boasea phytoliths, parenchyma of possible wide roots, and burnt sediment which represents possible fireplaces or hearth. In 2007, inspired by the work of Professor Mike Morwood, who I met in ANU when I was studying there. So I was impressed with his work in Liambua, and I told to myself and my advisor then, Peter Bellwood, that I could do the same, to also go deeper than normal excavation in Southeast Asia. So founded by my supervisor, Peter Bellwood, the Going Deep in Time project started in 2007. So at the time, we did all of our shoring. We were a very small team, very local. We excavated the cave where I dug before in 2003. And at around 256 centimeters below current surface, we discovered this brexia, bone brexia, a lot of animal remains. We dug up to about 4 meters, but unfortunately at that time, we weren't able to identify any hominid. Only when my colleague, Phil Piper, who's now in ANU, analyzed the assemblage and told me that, well, voila, you have at least one possible Homo sapien. So luckily also my colleague, my main collaborator now, Sarat Tatua, was also in Manila, and he looked at it and we started the analysis. No, it's definitely belonging to the genus Homo, no, although it has a lot of weird criteria, features, no, but definitely Homo. So at the time we also did it with my colleague Rainer Grun. We initially started to date 2 deer teeth that would sandwich the fossil. The U-series state was pretty okay, 50,000 and 54,000 for the lower one, but when the SR result came, it was problematic. The lower one becomes younger. So the idea there, I guess, because it was a water-laid deposit, so over time it was being exposed to elements and losing its electronic spin resonance value. So what we did was to directly date the very small MP3, and with that, the date is now roughly 6,000 plus or minus 1,000, but only as a minimum age. That's the problem with, of course, U series. It only gives you the minimum age. It was initially published in 2010 as a possibly whole small bud Homo sapien, but of course, we're really doubting that is it really Homo sapien. So we proceeded working in the site. In 2009, we dug again at Calo Cave, mostly in the part near the entrance, no? And it was also unlucky for us. We weren't able to cover any fossil then, no? But we did try to do some dating, no? We tried OSL dating, but unfortunately it failed. Negative result for the OSL dating due to the quartz was so bleached out, it doesn't give a signal anymore. We also used with collaboration with Mike Story, argon dating for the volcanic ash, and again, negative. So there's no result. So we still have to rely on the UC to state. In 2011, we went back again. It's a big team, mostly from Rasmundus students who volunteered to join the excavation. And it was our luckiest year. It is when we have at least 6 teeth, 2 hand bone and 2 foot bone, and a femur of a juvenile. So that's our biggest collection so far. In 2015, we back again, hoping to get, of course, everyone wants a Joe, a nice stature. But no, only 1 tooth. But at least we now know that there's 3 individuals now, 2 adults and 1 juvenile. But if you look at the distribution of the fossil, it's really a very small area. It's almost like in 1 meter by 1 meter area, and they're all light material, light bones, so the teeth and the phalanges, and the foot bones. So they are basically light material. During our past excavation, we tried to reconstruct the substructure of the cave, and so far, based on our reconstruction, there seems to be a palo channel during this time period that's probably going from the south, going north, hugging the eastern wall of the cave. Okay, so we know this because we also did some soil microorphology, which shows that equant calcite meteoritic phreatic origin, which means water-laid deposit. It's a lot of impregnation by micrites. Now, the bones were actually also been modified, a lot of accumulations. One thing that also fascinates me, most people that told me my supervisors, my colleagues always told me that in the end of the cave, the southern looking now at the southern part of the cave, this big rock in front is part of a ceiling that collapsed. So whatever the deposit would be, you go south, no? But working there for a number of years, I realized that is wrong. That is actually a wall that collapsed. There was no actual entrance there, and the only way to enter before the wall collapsed was through the sinkhole. So that would then have to change, and we have to rethink how we look for sites to excavate. So again, another view of the ceiling. We really see the karstic from the sinkhole part of the ceiling. So this was published in 2019 as Nature, as we declared a new species called Homo silensis. I won't be going on the details of the features of Homo silensis, but at least from our analysis, it's a mosaic of primitive, probably Australopithecine-like, and derived possibly Homo sapiens-like morphological features. From the excavation then, what were the issues that came out? No? It raises more questions such as the lineage of the Homo silensis now. So we don't really know exactly now where it came from or what Venus would you do, no? We did try to do Asian DNA in collaboration with Max Planck. Unfortunately, there are no more Asian DNA recovered, no? We are now trying with collaboration with Copenhagen Asian protein, protoproteomics, no? And hopefully that would give us a good signal in how we look at the lineage of this creature. Behavior is an issue. So early model behavior, is it how it went to Luzon? Of course, Luzon is always an island. Unlike Java, we could walk there, but not Luzon. It's always an island. So how did this creature arrive in Luzon? So is it accidental or is it intentional? Were modern behaviors such as boat building that early already existed? No. The effects of insular endemism. No. Did this creature arrive big, like the Homo erectus of Java, that's big, that became small, or did it arrive small? No. Again, those things need to be addressed soon. No. And also, our biggest problem always has been the dating techniques. No. So far, only use series, and the problem with series, it only gives us the minimum age. No. We don't really know the maximum age for this deposition. So, based on that, start of the pandemic, actually, we're excavating at Calio Cave again. We actually got stuck there because of the lockdown, but we're able to go home. But for 2020, we tried to excavate a part of the cave entrance. It used to be cemented. It took me a while for me to get permission to break the cement and to excavate there. So the idea there is to be able to connect all the excavation areas and see the possible flow of the water of the Palo Channel. So these are the map. These are the earliest ones. One is where most of the faucets are. No, 3 and 4 is 2009. So in 2020 we dug squares 9 and 8 to connect this excavation with the wall. So the excavation was successful. We also tried doing OSL. No, finally something came out better. No, with my collaboration with Kira Westaway. We have an initial preliminary dates of two OSL tubes at 64,000 for the main breccia and the lower about 118,000. So that more or less falls with the other U-series states. So just verifies the U-series states. Now, we did stratigraphic approach. No? So we have a big column to be able to help us reconstruct the environment and hopefully also help us with the dates. Now, this is now currently being analyzed by my colleague Juan Rofes and his student. No? Surprisingly, for the whole excavation before, we're never able to recover any flake tools. I'm a lithic guy. I love stone tools, but never. No. Finally, in 2020, we're able to get a few of them. One is a chert flake, and the other one a possible pebble tool. We're also looking at a possible limestones to have been used as flake tools. No? So it's now being analyzed now. But although the first time we have stone tools, association exactly with Homo silensis is still not straightforward. No? How is this? This is a 3D dimensional map of the excavation. And if you can see there, the green ones are actually the lithics. No? and all the green ones are actually in the ceiling of that formation, of that layer. So it's at the end tail of the Brachia formation. So whether it's directly related to Homo sulensis is not yet well assigned. We do have new dates. So it's not just 70,000. No? We have 130,000 date and 86,000 and 109,000. So we are now actually pushing the boundary. No? So if you actually see the date range for Kala, Homo lucenensis, roughly about 130 to 150 to about 50,000, it's almost the same date range as Homo lucenensis. So what happened for our excavation? We were trying to test actually the hydraulic principle. When water energy of the water that's flowing receded, it first dropped the heavy ones, and then when it's very, very weak, it drops the smaller ones. So because we have our assemblage are the smaller ones, we're looking for where did the water drop the bigger ones, maybe the skull or femur, more than nosing ones. No? So with that, we tried to connect the walls again. The idea of the excavation. If the flow of Palo channel was supposed to be south to north, then we will be able to find the mother lode of these fossils in the southern part of the flow. But it didn't do that. We didn't get anything in 2020. So in terms of animal remains, we recovered more bigger ones. No, I said we recovered litics. No, and I said unfortunately there's no Homo lucenensis, new fossils. So we might be wrong in our first hypothesis that the water flow was from the south going northeast. It could be in reverse. So the idea there is that it could be probably flowing from the inside of the cave because there's another sinkhole in the second chamber, and it's flowing actually to the south. No? So that is what we wanted to test actually this year, but we're not able to pursue with excavation this year. So hopefully next year we'll do another excavation. But now we're shifting towards the second chamber, trying to look for again that Palo channel and hopefully be able to get more diagnostic fossils. One thing also we want to understand is the limestone uplift. No? We know that this limestone were formed during the Miocene, uplifted during the Pliocene. No? And interestingly, if our oldest date for Calao is 130,000, and the Musang Cave is just below that, has a basal age of 10,000. At 130,000, there's still no Musang Cave. It's still being lifted. So by 130,000, this ridge is probably very, very low and maybe nearer to the river, which would change everything in terms of how hominids were using the area. So that's our next plan also, to be able to understand a time slice of the uplift of the ridge. And with that, I would like to say thank you again to the organizers and for the invitation. Thank you. Maraming pong salamat.
Full talk with a lot of unpublished data. So thank you for that. Thank you. You're very confident with us. It's a pleasure. Maybe there are questions from the audience. Sujin?
네, 미자레스 선생님 지금 필리핀 몇 시?
Dr. Mizares, what time is it in your time zone? 네.
타임이 4시. 왜냐하면은 지금
It's because you were here from the beginning of today's symposium, and we are very grateful. And there's one question. For Homo luzonensis, they're very compared with Homo florens, which is very nearby. And is there any characteristic difference or similarity between those two?
Mostly, they're not similar. Even the teeth structure of Florensensis is near Homo erectus, meaning the correlation between the premolars and the molars. Small premolars, large molars. Homo lucenensis has a large premolar and a small molar, similar to Paranthropus. So the association with teeth is very different. The size, of course, will be similar, no, but the other fish might be different. No, the foot bone of the Homo sinensis is curved. I think the foot bone of Tulensis is more flat. So that would also dictate how this creature. So this creature might be probably living, even though it's bipedal, it could be arboreal. So I think Tulensis must mostly be more bipedal or more on terrestrial than arboreal. So there's a lot of similarities, but also large differences.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
About DNA, ancient DNA, you explained that you tried something. Was it on directly on human remains?
Yes, one of the molars, one of the premolars was drilled in Max Planck, so I brought to Max Planck with Florent. So they drilled it, they tested it, and there's not much DNA.
Okay.
Again, because we're living in the tropics, so
Yeah, of course.
might not be. So we might. There's a lot of people suggesting use the shotgun way of the sediment, but excavating in a gear in the tropics would be very, very difficult.
Yeah, but I was asking that because it's always the question and always in a way the problem to decide to sample human remains because of course they are very rare. So congratulations to to try. It was something of course very promising, but in this area, maybe it's not so easy as you explained. I don't know if Vivian has an idea or about this question.
Yeah, the tropics certainly. Hello, everyone. The tropics certainly are an issue, as we all know. But even if you would be willing to try sediments, you don't necessarily need to excavate the whole time with the gear. We have protocols to go and sample.
I will ask Dora to do that.
Yeah, I think that's I excavate a lot in Israel, but it's also very hot, and we know we cannot excavate with the full bodysuit all the time. It's too difficult.
We're open to that.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions?
자, 혹시 질문 있으실까요, 플로어?
Are there any questions from the floor? No, no questions.
The next presentation, which is Vivian's one. Maybe, yeah, Vivian, you prefer that we will send your pre-recorded presentation.
I would prefer if it's possible because my internet is a bit unstable.
Okay. So let's do it. Sujin, maybe you can check if everything is okay.
Thank you.
네, 자, 준비되어 있습니다. 네.
Yes, we are ready. So we'll play the pre-recorded video.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vivian Sloan. I'm an ancient DNA researcher at Tel Aviv University. And today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what's new in the field of ancient DNA and how particularly can we use state-of-the-art methods to choose and sample ancient specimens to yield ancient DNA data, and what kind of information can we learn from these ancient genomes depending on how much genetic data we are able to retrieve. And I'll start by sharing how the field of ancient human genomics has been undergoing a huge boost in the last few years. So if the first ancient human genome was sequenced in 2010, we are now counting over 10,000 ancient individuals for whom genome-wide data has been sequenced. And this is due in part to the improvement in methodologies to retrieve ancient DNA data. But as you see from the geographical distribution, there's a lot of imbalance in what we know from the ancient genetic record, as most of these 10,000 individuals come from Europe and Russia. And indeed, there's been a lot of focus on the last 10,000 years, and we know fewer individuals from older time periods. Now, from these ancient genetic data, we can ask a lot of different questions, and we can talk about archaic hominins, so asking about the place of Neanderthals in our phylogenetic evolution. We can talk about the Denisovans and how their DNA still affects us today. And we can also talk about Upper Paleolithic humans in Europe, in Asia. Who were they and where did they come from? We can talk about genetic changes that have to do, for example, with the Neolithic Revolution. And we can talk about the social organization of prehistoric groups and compare, for example, what was the difference between the organization of hunter-gatherer groups versus groups that adopted agricultural way of life. So let me start by talking a little bit about how do we retrieve ancient DNA from these ancient individuals. And the first thing we have to do when we're thinking of sampling ancient remains for genetic analyses is to choose what part of the skeleton we want to target. Of course, this is assuming we have the choice. As many of you know, in often cases, we only have partial skeleton remains, and thus we don't really have a choice. But when we do have the choice, what is it that we would prefer to target? The answer to that question comes from this pioneering study from 2014, which for a series of individuals compared the percentage of human DNA recovered in the petrous bone compared to either long bones or teeth. And you can see that from this image that consistently petrous bones overperformed in terms of yielding ancient human DNA over teeth and long bones. And this has been reproduced in many, many studies since. And so if we have the choice, ancient DNA specialists would prefer to sample the petrous bone, and if that's not possible, to target teeth, and then if that's not possible, target long bones. Now, before we go ahead and sample, we're going to want to document the specimens that we are going to sample, and that can be done in all cases using high-quality photographs taken from different angles. But we also know that it is possible to document the morphology of ancient remains using even high-resolution micro-CT scans. And if these are done with the correct filters and scanning parameters, which are available in the literature, we know that these would not degrade the DNA that can be still preserved in the ancient specimens. And in fact, beyond documenting the morphology, these micro-CT scans can also be useful to better plan our sampling strategy. Now, the sampling itself usually is done by drilling into the tooth or the bone using a sterile dentistry drill about 1 millimeter in size. And while this extreme close-up may look like the hole that is generated is quite big, in reality, the amount of bone powder that is necessary for up-to-date methods is quite small. So if 10 years ago it was standard to collect 200 milligrams, even 500 milligrams for ancient DNA analyses, we can now often work with less than 50. To give you an example, this is an example of a deciduate tooth that I sampled a few years ago. And by sampling only 10 milligrams, that is, really removing only the tip of one of the roots of these teeth, we were able to generate genome-wide data from this Denisovan individual. Now, there are different protocols out there that are targeted at minimizing the amount of destruction that is caused to these skeletal remains as we sample them. And this is one example of such protocols that aims to target the petrous bone, but from intact skull. And that is done by targeting this ridge between the carotid canal at the cranial base and the jugular foramen. So this ridge is removed, and that opens a way to sample into the osseous labyrinth, causing a very small hole in the cranial base, but allowing to retrieve bone powder from the petrous bone. Another minimally destructive sampling strategy that has recently been developed has to do with taking teeth and as you can see in the picture, wrapping them in plastic, leaving exposed only the tip of the root. In this way, the tooth can then be dipped into a buffer, into a solution that would release the DNA from the tooth without having to drill into it. And here you can see an example of what this looks like before and after this dipping into the solution. And if you focus on the bottom part of the slide, you'll see that in most cases, the tooth appears a bit cleaner, perhaps, than it was before, but certainly there is no visible damage to these teeth by taking this strategy. Very recently, there was a paper that talked about applying such a minimally destructive sampling strategy of dipping the artifact into a series, in this case, of solutions and growing temperatures, very mild buffers. And this was applied to a pendant that was found in Denisova Cave. And using this strategy of dipping this artifact into a series of buffers, it was possible to recover the genome not only of the deer that was the organism from which the pendant was made, but also of a woman who was perhaps the one who made or wore this pendant. And this is what it looks like. On the left, you see the picture before and after this minimal treatment. As again, you see that it mostly looks like the tooth, the pendant, is cleaner than it was before. But if you particularly look at the microscopic scale on the right side of the slide, these are 3D surface texture measurements, and you see in the before and after comparisons that there's not any substantial surface alterations that are endured by the specimen from this protocol. And last but not least, I want to show you this paper, which again was a strategy this time of taking bone tools and dipping them into a buffer for extraction. And again, you can see in the before and after picture that on the microscopical scale, we see no substantial difference between before and after the treatment. And this did allow to recover the DNA of the animals that these bone tools were made of. Now, if we're talking about pendants and bone tools, that brings me to my next point, which is talking about potential alternative sample acquisition schemes. So one way to go around or sort of pre-screen for DNA preservation before sampling precious human remains can be to look into the sometimes a very large amount of undiagnostic bone fragments, or perhaps sometimes less precious animal remains. And these can be screened, for example, using protein analysis, so zooms, zooarchaeology by mass spectrometry, to look for human remains that could be sampled for DNA analyses. Or it can be used to verify that DNA is preserved in the same locus and the same provenance as the human remains. And once DNA is established on these less precious samples, one then has a good argument that DNA could be preserved in the more precious human remains and sample those. Another alternative that has been growing in the last years is to sample sediments that are accumulated in archaeological sites around human remains, but also in the absence of human remains, as we've seen in several case studies that ancient human DNA can also preserve in sediments. Now, once we have our sequencing data, we're going to evaluate these data sets for the amount of ancient DNA that is recovered and for the extent of contamination by modern human DNA. And this would guide what we can do with these data sets going forward. So one of the more straightforward things that we can do is evaluate the genetic sex of ancient individuals using DNA. And this, as I'm sure you know, is particularly useful when working with partial skeletons or with skeletons of juveniles or infants, where this determination is difficult to do based on skeletal remains. We can also use the genomes of these ancient individuals to talk about kinship or genetic relatedness. And this is an example of a study that was conducted at Czechilskaya Cave in Russia, on a set of Neanderthal remains where it was possible from 17 specimens to identify that they represented 11 individuals, including some that were very closely related. So there was a father-daughter pair, as well as some individuals related to a second-degree relationship. Just last week, this paper came out, which we're talking now far later in time. This is Neolithic France, but where over 100 individuals were sampled from the same site. And it was possible to retrace their family history, their pedigree, over 7 generations. Now, beyond kinship, we can also talk about social organization as a wider concept. And I'm coming back here to the Czechilska Neanderthals, as it was possible to look at genetic diversity of the mitochondrial DNA, which is inherited from mothers to her offspring, versus the genetic diversity of the Y chromosome, which is inherited from fathers to their sons. And by comparing this diversity in Czechilska cave versus great apes, as well as ancient and present-day humans, it was possible to infer that the Neanderthals there were a very small community, about 20 individuals, where most of the migrations between communities were done by females. Now, taking this from individuals to the population level, of course, one of the main strengths of ancient DNA is talking about ancestries and dispersals. And this is an example from a very recent paper that looked at over 350 hunter-gatherers from 35 to 5,000 years ago. And it was possible to look at differences in the ancestry of these individuals, as you can see here in the different colors, as they change over time, and how that correlates with the expansion of farming, marked here by these green lines, as that is inferred from the archaeology. This can also be done, of course, in Asia. So this is from a recent review looking at ancient individuals that have been sequenced. And you see here movements and different ancestry components that have been inferred from these ancient genomes. Last but not least, we can talk about archaic admixture, so the influence of Neanderthals and Denisovans on Upper Paleolithic humans, as in the example of this Salkit skull from Mongolia. And you see here a map of her genome from each chromosome, and then in red is the Denisovan DNA, and in blue the Neanderthal DNA. Then the Denisovan fragments were compared to ancient and present-day Denisovan DNA in present-day people, and it was found that there is a significant overlap in the Denisovan DNA with mainland Asia, but not with the Denisovan DNA in Papua, indicating at least 2 pulses of admixture between Denisovans and ancient modern humans. So all in all, I hope that I convinced you that by working together, archaeologists, anthropologists, geneticists, we can learn a lot about the lives, the social organization, and the genetic history of ancient humans. Thank you very much to the organizers for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Viviane. It was very, very clear, very interesting. About your new techniques of sampling, which is very, how to say, non-intrusive one. Does it deliver good results?
So first of all, it's not my method. I had the literature was cited on the slide. So for the one for deeping teeth in the buffer that was shown with the image with the plastic from Harney et al. So they showed in their paper that they get very nice results from well-preserved teeth, where you do get the DNA of the individual when you compare that to then drilling the same tooth. I think there hasn't been much work since it's very recent. We don't have, 5 or 10 years of experience saying how well this works in different contexts. I'm sure people are working on this. But it is very promising as an approach when we're talking about complicated context or very rare remains. It can be it can be a start. One can start with that, and if it's maybe not as yielding as much information as we would like, one can then still say, okay, we know there's DNA here, so it's worth pursuing further. So I think it will be a method that is very promising and that will need to be tried out in different contexts.
For sure. Thank you. Any other questions? Sujin?
네, 지금 비비안 슬론 선생님께서는 이제
So Vivian, so we just played the pre-recorded video due to the communication and the connection status of Israel, but we could get a really informative and concise presentation for the new methodologies to DNA samplings. So with this, we could get more information not only for the DNA itself, but also we can get information about the culture and society itself. So, but is there anyone who has a question or a comment to the presenter Vivian Sloan from the floor? So, Professor Liu also mentioned similar methodologies. So, it was about the sampling with the sediments. So, Liu, do you have any comment for the presentation to Vivian Sloan? So, you made a presentation about the similar topics. So, you mentioned the methodologies about the sentiment sampling methodologies, with the showcase of the findings from Chinese researchers. You also use soil and sediments for sampling. So, I think it is in line with the Vivian's presentation. So, do you have any comments to add on to the Vivian's presentation, Professor Liu?
Professor Lee Chen. Please, Liu Yichen, please answer the question.
And thank you. I think it's very interesting, and it's really good to see how the wet lab techniques advanced in the past several years, and we can get more ancient DNA data using these new methods with minimum damage to the samples. So I'm wondering, for really ancient samples, samples with over 10,000 of years, what's the sampling technique you would recommend for the best DNA retrieval?
Yes, thank you for this question. So it depends if there are human remains at the site or not, right? So you talked about sediments as well, and this is something that I work with a lot, although it was only a small part of the presentation. And the beauty of sediments is that you can apply it to sites where there are no human remains, just human activity based on lithics or the artifacts. So, and we know that this works also, for example, for sites that are older than 10,000. So this could be a way, by enlarging our sediment sampling schemes in Asia, we could get more information than what we do if we would only target sites where there are human remains. And now for the sites where there are human remains, then of course the best strategy would always be to sample the human remains, right? In terms of the amount of data we could get, if there are petrous bones, if there are teeth. But we have to consider then the balance with maintaining the morphology, as Amélie talked about. And so in these cases, I would more recommend to maybe first try undiagnostic bones or animal remains, test the sediments, test to see the DNA is preserved. And if we are happy that the DNA is preserved, then go on to sample the human remains after being very well documented using high-resolution photography, CT scans if possible, and other methods for recording. So I think we have to be very careful in our approach when we're dealing with these very precious remains.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for your answering.
네,
Thank you for your question.
감사합니다. 네, 더 많은 얘기를 듣고 싶은데 좀 저희가 정해진 시간이 좀.
It would be nice if we can hear more questions, but we don't have enough time, so we will move on to the last presenter. Professor Amelia Violette, please go on.
I would like to thank the organizing committee for invitation and the president of the ASEAN Paleolithic Association for giving me the opportunity to give this talk at remote and on a topic which will bring us deeper in time, because we will dedicate this topic to the Yunxian fossil from China. So I will share my screen. Okay, so let me know if it works for you. Is it okay?
Okay. 네, 잘 보입니다.
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay, perfect. So I move on. Okay, so the Yunxian fossils were discovered at the end of the 20th century, and as you know, there are still ongoing excavations on that wonderful site in central China, as you can see on the map. On the pictures, you can see the Han River, which is a tributary of the Yangtze, so the Blue River, the big river in central China. And this is an open air site. It's an alluvial deposit. I mean, it is located on the fourth terraces of the river, so the highest one. At the end of around 2000, Professor Henri Delemlay and his team, which was a Franco-Chinese team and very pluridisciplinary ones, get some datings about the archaeological levels that you can see in the picture, which is level 3. This archaeological level yielded a lot of animal bones, fossil hominins, and lithics. And based on paleomagnetism, with the identification of a short paleomagnetic excursion identified as the Santa Rosa excursion, which is around 936,000 years, so around 1 million years. Together with U theories datings and ESR datings, and together with the biochronology, we are very confident that this archaeological level is as old as 1 million years. You can have a look at the faunal list, where you can see that we have a lot of carnivores, which are very specific of the end of the early Pleistocene and the beginning of the Middle Pleistocene, and other species like Equus, which are very well settled around 1 million years. So next slide. I'm trying to move on. Maybe just a minute, I don't know why. Okay. Okay, so you can see the faunal remains sometimes in anatomical connection. The first excavations yielded to around 2,000 remains from 24 mammal species. Together with lithic industry, around 500 lithic industries, so tools, which are chopping tools, hand axes, picks, and flakes, belonging to the Acheulean context, as you can see with the hand axes, for example. And above all, we have two complete but very flattened skulls, hominin skulls, together with the animal bones analytics. So based on the anatomical connection, the traces of carnivores on some bones that we observed, the ages of death of such animals, and the few cut marks identified on Thervid's bones, we can reconstruct the history of the deposition, which was, first of all, a natural accumulation of bones in a meander due to a catastrophic flood event. And very quickly, I think very shortly in time, just after the visits by scavengers, animals as well as humans to recover the meat. So it is a very interesting site about the history of deposition. So you can see that we are well within the first representative of the genus Homo outside Africa, not the oldest ones, which are from East Africa, for example, or from Dmanisi in Georgia, or the Kocabaş fossil in Turkey, which are around 1.8 million years for the Dmanisi, or fossil in Sangiran, for example, or in South Spain, in South Europe too. So the Junction fossil is not among the oldest, but it's well located within the fossils around 1 million years, such as the Buri in Ethiopia, or fossils which are more recent, like the Atapuerca grandolina fossils. So it is among the oldest in mainland Asia, in China, together with the Lancian fossils, which could have been older. So we had to understood how the damage on the hominin skulls occurred, and we understood that there is an alluvial context, so the bone were wet, and after that they were buried below something like 12 meters high of sediment. So everything in the deposition and fossilization process contributed to such damage. So we, using 3D imaging techniques, we reconstruct the Junction 2 skull. We try to compensate for deformation and to recover the original morphology, as you can see on the right, for example, of the screen. We have done metrics on the reconstructed fossil, and you can see that the Junction fossil is away from the Homo erectus range. That is to say that it is longer and larger than most of the classical Homo erectus, but concerning the maximal width or the height of the skull, it is still among the flattest one. Concerning the morphological features, we can see a combination between primitive features, such as the low cranial capacity, which is within the Homo erectus range, the cranial flatness, the receding of the frontal bone, and the low and flat temporal bone. But we have also derived features such as the well-developed mastoid process that you can see in blue, in this blue area on the bottom of the skull, which is well developed, and on the contrary, very weakly marked torus angularis or mastoid or supramastoid crest. So there are more derived features. Such features are systematically observed on Homo erectus from China or Java, for example. And concerning the facial pattern, as you can see with such outlines, this is the outline of the facial pattern on Neanderthal, but in yellow you can see the outline of the face of the Junction 2 skull, and you can see that it is not as prognatic as Neanderthal. On the reverse, it is totally non-prognatic. So such a pattern is the primitive pattern from which the pattern of prognatism developed later. So in geometric morphometrics, such a graph supports the idea that the Jungian fossil is well among the mid-Pleistocene fossils from Europe, but also from Africa, if we are considering a Kabwe fossil, for example. And it is far away from the Homo erectus fossil from Sangiran or Nankin, for example, in China, Huludong Cave. And it is far from Homo ergaster or the Manisi, as well as Neanderthal, which is more prognatic, as we said. So, because it is among the oldest fossils from the mid-Pleistocene record, we can suggest that it is at the root of the lineage or the emergence of the mid-Pleistocene fossils, mainly in Europe. And this is supported by the faunal expansion that clearly came from the east to the west at the beginning of the mid-Pleistocene, as we can see with the large herbivores like elephant, bison, or equus, for example, and the Arctic fauna like reindeer or polar fox, for example, and other carnivores which are clearly coming from the east. And very recently, we had this publication by Margary et al. In Science, explaining that we have a paleoanthropological gap around 1 million year, 1.1 million year, and it corresponds to the isotopic stage 34, which was a glacial period, of course, but a very dramatic, very severe period. So it may explain that in Europe we had a kind of discontinuity of settlement. So no more human population in this area, which was not adapted to live. So we have to think to a source population for the repopulation of Europe after 1 million years. And again, I guess that the Jungian fossil can have played such a role. So to conclude, the Jungian fossil, which are not strictly speaking Homo erectus, because they show a very specific combination of primitive and derived features, and because they are dated back to 1 million years, we suggest that they can be at the roots of the mid-Pleistocene fossils, which will live in Europe after 1 million years. And because in the same time, the Homo erectus, the classical Homo erectus, will emerge, such as those from Dokudian or Sangiran in Java. It may have played a role as a kind of ancestor for the classical Homo erectus too. So let's see in the near future if we can support, argue more this scenario, this proposal. But as you know, a third skull was discovered in Jungian, and so we are waiting for the complete publication on this third fossils to better understand the role of the Jungian fossils within human evolution. Thank you for your attention.
네, 발표 감사합니다. 아멜리 선생님. 자, 혹시
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from the floor?
있어요? 네, 까오싱 선생님이
Gaoxing, we're going to ask question.
Haven't seen you for a long time, and it's nice talk. But I just want to make a verification, classification. No. Uh, Clarification about the stone tools in association with the Yunxian hominid skulls. And you mentioned that some Acheulean assemblies were unearthed in association with the skull. Actually, according to my knowledge, and Yunxian hominids is those two skulls and also the third skull are not associated with Acheulean hand axe. And so far, about 9 pieces of hand axe have been collected around the site, but they all came from surface collections. And the new excavation encountered a few pieces of hand axe, but it's not from the same horizon. It's above the Yunxian hominid horizon, so it's much later occurrence. So I think during Yunxian hominids survival time, there's no Acheulean industries in China. Maybe it's a later occasion, later occurrence, and not in direct association with Yunxian hominid. So it's just my knowledge.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to see you. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're totally right. I guess I don't know exactly, but I know that part of the lithic material was found in surface. So you're totally right. The association is not so strict.
Yeah.
And now you know better than me for the new excavations, and if there is no association with hand axes for the Yunxian skulls horizon, of course it's different. But sometimes in Europe. We have assemblages. I'm not lithician, but I know that we have assemblages without hand axes, but which belong to the Acheulean complex due to the débitage and the flakes which are from the same way. I understood something like that. So maybe the question is more complex, but yeah, thank you very much for your comment, and I wish to see you again very soon.
Okay, if in the near future we can find hand axe from the same horizon in situ, we will inform you as soon as possible. I hope I can see you soon. Bye-bye.
I would prefer to know more about the third skull, because I would like it is written that it is less damaged. So I would like to know if the reconstruction that I have done from the previous ones is correct in comparison with the new one, which is less damaged.
Yeah. We are still in the process of preparation, and I think we will publish the data and the image, even the macro scanner image. So I hope the new discovery will provide some information to reconstruct the real morphology and brain size of the two skulls discovered previously.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
네, 감사합니다. 자, 이렇게 해서
Thank you so much. This is the end of today's presentations. Professor Amelie and other professors, I know that you have questions to ask, but we don't have enough time, so I would like to conclude today's session. And this session was very challenging because this was dual session, and there is also a time difference between Europe and Korea. So you started at early in the morning, but we are starting at 3 o'clock, and today is Saturday. And for French, you think weekends are very important, so thank you so much for attending this symposium, even though it was a weekend. Thank you so much, Dr. Amelia, Dr. Sabier, Dr. Mandy, Dr. Sloan. Thank you so much. And if you have more questions, let's enjoy dinner and ask questions to each other. So we will going to complete the today's session. Thank you so much.
To everyone.
바이바이.
Thank
땡큐. 자,
It was
우리
wonderful.
공지사항 하나 있습니다. 저희 오늘 저녁 환영